Hello, everybody. Welcome to Ace's Place 22. This is your host, Ace. And this is the Ace in the Hole Variety Show, episode 12, Ace Toys. I couldn't figure out how to fit the word NECA in there because NECA has the word Ace in it. And you can't spell NECA without Ace. There you go. Simple. As always, we're going to start the show off like this. Until I am completely set, ready to go. I tried setting up my laptop and running the phone and the laptop at the same time, but for whatever reason, my phone started to make a beeping sound and it sounded like a bomb. Boy, howdy, is it appropriate because the background on my laptop is Bomberman. But it was scary, so I turned it all off. So we're going to be running through my phone until I can figure this out through the laptop. Bear with me, folks. I am going to put you guys in rest mode, but I will be here. Hopefully you can maybe possibly hear the music. All righty. Oh, the music turned off. How appropriate is that? I put you guys in the waiting room and the music turns off. Good hosting skills that you have there, Ace. What do we got? You know what? Let's just read off some of these comments. Ooh, we got some folks already here. Ultra Liger in the house. Kicking it off with old school Sea Frost. What is up, man? I hope you are feeling much, much better. I know you were a little bit under the weather. Just finished my shower before the show was about to start. Look at that, man. Awesome. So glad to have everybody here. Sea Frost, I'm glad you're here. I've got something I want to show you I'll start it off. Won't make you wait long in case you got stuff you got to do. But I mentioned it the other day in one of your lives that I was out with my kid and we found something at the playground. And I'll show it to you. Good Friday. That's right, fumbling. What's happening, brother? Come on in. Don't fumble. Just run on in, dude. If there's a wall, run through it, my friend. For those who are just trickling in, thank you so much for joining. Per usual, I always have the screen black because I'm still setting up, and I gave myself a half hour to prepare, like more than to prepare. And I was sitting down with a laptop trying to figure stuff out, and I just was having a hard time. So I'm going to propose this to one of you gents or ladies that's out there. Who do we got here? Absolute. That's right, brother. If anybody knows a little bit about technology, I would gladly give you my cell phone number. Maybe possibly we could do a FaceTime. And if you know anything about StreamYard, you might be able to possibly walk me through some stuff. If not, not a big deal. There's always tutorials on YouTube. You know what I mean? And oh my God, I wish this would go away, but it won't. Nah, I hit click that, but you guys don't have to worry about that. Is the amount of subscribers to your channel a coincidence, Ace? I think not. I think not, Liger. That is why I am 420ing it right now for all of you you smokers out there. If you feel like partaking, definitely do. And I'll give you a countdown when I get ready to rip the BOGO. You know what I'm saying? But we're almost to 450 already. Like, what's up? Queen Bee, what's happening, love? Again, it's what are we in today? Friday. It's Queen Bee's birthday week. So let's all give her a little bit of love. Happy birthday, Queen Bee. That would be great, Seafrost. Plus, you and I, we got to link up and do some communications anyways, my friend. So, yes, sir. All right. I am going to rip the bungo. So if you guys are ready, let's do it. 3, 2, and 1. Here's the lighter. Oh, wow. Seafrost. 5 days, 8. All righty. We've got everything set up. I got a drink. I got to get a snack because that's how I roll. What do I want, though? This is another question of proportions. Oh, slamming shit, dude. I do not want those. They are already opened. So I will take some Cheez-Its to munch on while we chitty chat. Possibly. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to have the munchies. All right. Let's set the camera up, and then we're going to get rolling, folks. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, if I cannot get to your comments. One, it's difficult to do it on a phone. 2, there is a share your referral link literally covering the fucking comments. So it's hard for me to see them. I have to kind of scroll up and down. So I do apologize. Ultra, hey man, it is good, dude. Feel free to do whatever it is you do. So I do apologize if I don't get to your comments. I try to cycle back through and make sure I do. But I'm constantly looking at them as best as I can. So thank you guys so much for everybody that stays in the chat. And then everybody else that jumps in the link. What's happening? So here we go. Let's just start it off. Normally I give it about 10 minutes, but we look like we got a nice full house right now, and I'm not going to keep you guys waiting. Let's go. 3, 2, and 1. Here's your host, Ace, from Ace's Place 22. That's right, Ace's Place 22, the hottest YouTube channel you've heard of. Because I know y'all have. You're here right now, enjoying this Friday little appetizer before you guys go over to a great friend of the channel, Casual Toy Collector. Where the fuck's my notebook? Speaking of Kaz, I've got zing, zing, zing. This is the wrong one. Of course I'd misplace my notebook, right? Anyways, right there it is. Here we go. Gonna do the starting off of the show, and then we're gonna do our usual shout outs. Everybody that's in the link or that's in the comments, y'all get a shout out because you're already, you already know. You're all here. Y'all rock. But this is the Ace in the Hole Variety Show, episode 12. You can't spell NECA without Ace. I came up with that at the beginning of the show, and that's the title of the show. Fuck anybody that don't like it. I like it. Welcome, everybody. I really do appreciate you all being here. We're going to talk Daredevil, the whole season. Spoilers. Right now, there are going to be spoilers. We're going to talk Daredevil. We're going to talk Fantastic Four. There's a new trailer out to a new movie that I think looks pretty cool. I'll mention that. We're going to talk about Ninja Turtles. We're going to talk about Earl Sinclair from Dinosaurs. We'll figure out how that gets in there. We're going to talk about video games and much, much more here on the show. But to kick it off, like we always do, I'm going to give out the shout outs. The shout outs are my guy getting number 1, Casual Toy Collector. Kaz, you are just a rock star, brother. I think you're one of the coolest dudes I've never met. That doesn't go without saying the rest of these guys aren't cool, but Kaz, everybody knows you are the man. Go check out his channel, Casual Toy Collector. That's casual with a K. He has a live tonight. I believe it's 10 or 10:30. Check out his channel either way. He does it on Saturdays and on Wednesdays, and occasionally he might do a birthday. And Queen Bee, she is next up. Speaking of birthdays, she gets the next shout out. Queen Bee, who is a friend of the channel, to everybody here. Her birthday, I believe it was Tuesday, because Kaz did a shout out, or not a shout out, a live stream for her, which was awesome. So Queen Bee, as always, happy birthday. And then next up, oh, I broke my pen. Next up, we got Roughshod Stalks and Virgo Cool. If you want to know where all the coolest toys are, all the newest toys are, but not get a call. That's right, I'm looking at you. I didn't get a call. Kaz didn't get a call. I'm a little sad, but that's all right. That's okay, because what I got here, that's all right. It mends a broken heart, y'all. It mends a broken heart. Get over to Roughshod Stocks channel and find out the latest and greatest in all the toys, old and new, Ross, Targets, Ollie's, Walmarts, all of them. Get on over there and check his channel out. Next, we got up. Oh, I lost my voice there for a minute. Fumbling Through the Galaxy. Fumbling Through the Galaxy. This fella, this Canadian fella, has shown up consistently since the first time I've seen him in the chats. This is one righteous dude. Fumbling Through the Galaxy. Professor Severus Snape, if you will. Go check out his channel. He is a Star Wars guru. I say no more. And I said guru, not Grogu. And then the last person, oh, you know what? I forgot to mention Bruce. Bruce, I don't think you have a channel, but you're always part of everything. So Bruce, you rock too. But the last guy I'm going to give a shout out to is the Prophet Director. That was a weird voice. I tried to do something there. But Prophet Director, he invited me to be part of, I can't remember his whole name, but Curtis Squawks Star Wars Box Draws with Chalk. I don't remember what the hell the dude's channel is. I've talked to him a couple of times, but Prophet and that guy and a few other fellas do a movie year analytic thing, and he invited me to be part of it. So I can't wait to be part of that, and I want to give him a shout out for that. What do we got going next? Movies. Now, I am going to open up the chat. Let me move this out of my way so I can just be a little bit closer. I am going to open up the chat at the, about 15 minutes. So these next few things, I'm going to run through and give you guys my opinion. So that way, when I open up the chat and whoever wants to jump in, you guys have the floor. You don't have to listen to me ramble on. This is that time right now. So if you want to tune out, come back in about 15 minutes. When it's your time to shine, you go right ahead. But if you want to persevere and stick around with Ace, let's get right into it. First up, we have the new trailer for the Fantastic Four movie. I don't have any negative, comments of like, oh my God, I can't believe they're doing this. There's preferences and things I would like, but that's with everything. That's even with like these toys I'm looking at right now. Leatherhead. I love the Stump Leatherhead figure for the Ninja Turtle NECA line, but I don't like his big yellow eyebrows. It's a weird decision, but I live with it because I like it enough. And so with the Fantastic Four, my only little nitpick, if you will, is Silver Surfer. Just, I feel like the animation or the CGI doesn't look enough. I don't know. Does that make sense? I don't know. I feel like it still looks like it's from the 2007 Rise of the Silver Surfer. And I'm not not discrediting that because I think that looks good, but it just, for the rest of everything, I feel like they need to render it up. Is that the words I'm looking for? You get to see Doctor. I don't know why I was going to say doctor, but you get to see Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, stretch for the first time, which, say what you will, I think it looked really cool. I'm down for it. Oh yeah, Bruce's channel, fsatan.com. That's funny. That's super funny. And then you get to see Galactus's feet walking through whatever the city is that they're in New York City or, whatever. I'm assuming he's going to be able to, I don't want to say shrink, but decompress, is that the word? His body, different sizes maybe, to fit whatever it is he's doing. So I'm all for it. I'm gonna be there, see Fantastic Four. I have my reservations, but still, I will see them. Not a fan of them. Let's just throw this up here so I don't have to have a hard time reading this. Not a fan of doing a female Silver Surfer, even though there is one in the comics. If you're going to introduce Surfer, well, Ultra with that, I've been devil's advocate with that. This is an alternate universe or multiverse or whatever, right? So if they come to the 616, where like everybody else we've already seen is, that's probably where we're going to get Norrin Rad. That's my hope. I'm not totally against a female one. I think it's just going to be a one and done situation, kind of like, they appeased the fans with what's his name, John Krasinski playing Mr. Fantastic in Doctor Strange, because that's what the fans wanted. Hey, I'm okay with it. If it fits the narrative of the story, then do it. If you're doing it just to do it, don't fucking do it. I agree with that. But Shalabal is a character. She is Norrin Rad's love interest, even though she's not really Silver Surfer per se. So it'll be interesting to see what they do there. That's one of my reservations, but I'm going into it open-minded because, hey, why not? I went into to Captain America 4 open-minded, and I personally enjoyed the shit out of that, man. I gave that an 8 out of 10, where I give Daredevil, which is, I'm segueing to that, I give Daredevil a 7 out of 10 for overall. We've talked about on other people's channels, on Kaz's channel, on Roughshod's channel, about, Daredevil and everything like that. So if you've been part of the discussion, you already know, where my mind's at, especially talking to Bruce and them. What the hell was it? Was it? Yeah, it was last night during Roughshod's his live. We were talking and making sense of a lot of things where, like, oh, now I'm drawing a blank. Just continuity. Like Muse not really, in spoilers, Muse not really being as impactful as they made it seem. Now we understand that things they had to do an audible because the actor that played the White Tiger in real life passed away, so they had to change up things because that character was clearly, connected to him more. I'll wait till we get into it with the when I open the chat up here and see what other people, we'll talk in circles. But the one trailer that I was speaking of is called Him, and it's by Jordan Peele. It has Marlon Wayne, right? I think it's Marlon Wayne. Someone correct me if you guys have seen this trailer yet. But it's a football horror movie. So it's like, that's a really cool like take, right? Like, how often do you see a horror football movie? Obviously you can't make heads or tails, pun intended, because you get it, of what the story really is, because like all Jordan Peele movies, they're shrouded in mystery, and such as the trailer. So I think it looks really cool. If you guys are into horror movies, psychological movies, whatever you want to label Jordan Peele's films as, he's got like Nope, Quiet, right? Wasn't there one called Quiet or something like that? Us, that's what it was, Us. And then there was Get Out. That's the one, Get Out. I would suggest you guys go check out the trailer because it was really cool looking. And now I want to talk about some chats real quick because I see you guys blowing them up, right? Yeah. I wasn't really feeling the Superman thing. I think Superman looks all right. It's won me over more than I was, so that might be saying something. I don't know. I'm optimistic. Yes. You were talking about Daredevil getting slower. Yeah, I was going to talk more in detail, specifically fumbling about my thoughts on Daredevil, but I feel like that's going to come up again later. in more specifics with other people. So I'm just gonna wait. But yeah, I did. I gave it a lower score than Captain America just because Captain America, maybe it's on a different, scale because one's a movie and one's a season. But we've had 4 seasons now of Daredevil and 4 Captain Americas. So I kind of balance the scale like that, I guess. I don't know. Prior to watching that, the new Spider-Man cartoon, I wasn't on board with the changes of swapping characters, but once I accepted the alternative, I think the universe, I thought it was decent. The show looked okay. I never got into it. Who do we got here? Roughshod. There we go, man. We speak of him and he arrives, right? Popping in here. So I want to talk about a video game. I've been playing this. Now, I'm a 90s kid. And so I was 10 in 2000. I was literally born in 1990. This game right here, when the PlayStation 2 came out, there was a bunch of these platformers, Ratchet and Clank, Jak and Daxter. On the original PlayStation 1, my favorite was Spyro the Dragon. I have dipped my toes back into this game. If any of you guys are gamers and have a PlayStation 2 or interested in this or whatever, I don't even know. It might not even be on your guys' radar for whatever. But I love this game. This came out in 2002, so I was 12. This is so fantastic of a platformer. This introduced at the time where the other one, I don't want to say other one in the series, but the other competitor by Naughty Dog was Jak and Daxter. And I remember my grandmother getting me that game for Christmas the year it came out. And I was just like, holy shit, my grandmother's the most raddest person ever. Now that game is straight like a Mario. I don't want to say Mario, but like Mario 64. You're running, you're jumping, you're kicking, you're punching. There's no real what do I want to say? Depth to it. There's no guns, there's no vehicles, there's nothing. It's just a straight platformer. Where this is that, but with guns, and it's so awesome. It's futuristic. You're on different planets. You're fighting aliens and robots and all sorts of crazy stuff. You get all sorts of crazy guns. You get the Suck-O-Matic, which is like a vacuum gun, and you can suck up enemies, and then you can shoot them back at the other enemies. It is a fantastic game. And oh my God, I could just go on forever about it, but I got it up right now. I keep looking at it. I really enjoy this game a lot. They made a movie, I don't know, like maybe 4 or 5 years ago at this point, just called Ratchet and Clank, and it is literally this game turned into a movie. They got the game actors or voice actors to be in the movie, which I think is great. Sylvester Stallone's in it, Rosario Dawson's in it. Paul Giamatti's the bad guy, so you got some, some credibility to it, y'all. It's a good movie. This is a great game. I do have this, which is an original. I gotta take a sip. My mouth is cotton dried. But try not to rip it. But this is original, which is cool. Might be hard to see. But it is the original Ratchet and Clank on the grind boots poster. I had this thing hanging up in my fucking room, and right here, man, y'all can see it's got all the coolest stuff on the back, the blueprints for the guns, little tips, tricks, all that stuff, man. And I had this hanging up on my wall from when I was 12. Holy cow. Maybe till I was like 18, 19. My girlfriend at the time, she thought it was a cool poster too, but she told me not to take it down. So that was what's up. But Ratchet and Clank, there's a whole series of them. They're all really, really great. If you guys are into them, check them out. Now I got to read some of these comments because I'm a horrible host. But we got Roughshod. Greatest game ever for me. Fumbling, are you talking about Ratchet and Clank? Hold on. Did I miss something? Holy shit. Great. Fumbling. Oh, wait a minute. God of War on the PlayStation 4 is really great. I have the original 3 on the PlayStation 3, like they remastered them. I think God of War on the PlayStation 4 is okay. I don't like, and this is gonna sound stupid to some, but I don't like how realistic it is in ways. Like it's too, I don't know. I like the old arcadey style fighting of the original 3. If that makes sense, fumbling. Or not fumbling, but Liger. Do 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 do. Wow, fumbling. No effing way. How crazy is that, dude? It doesn't matter how, what an age gap there is between people. This game, who would have thought that this is a game I would have pulled up that you would have, enjoyed, right? Like that's really radical, dude. Ratchet and Clank, then you already know how great this game is. It's so good. Captain Quark, come on now. Come on now. Um, so that being said, that's going to wrap up those kind of things. We can discuss whatever you guys want in the or when I open up the link and whoever wants to jump in. I am going to be doing. Oh, you know what? I wanted to show this off when I was talking about Daredevil. I have. Oh, hold on a minute. My light is turned around. I have Ratchet and Clank up here. Oh. I was just reading that one. Ratchet and Clank is so fun. Gosh dang it. You guys are the best. Close second is Lord of the Rings 2 Towers. On the PlayStation 2, I think I have that. I'm pretty sure I have that, but I think. Hold on. No, I don't have it. Ah! I don't have it. I'm a liar. But I played it and I love it. I know it. But just to show I'm not a liar, there's the God of War saga for the PlayStation 3 that I was talking about. And then, right here, the Jack and Daxter trilogy for the PlayStation 3. And I also have the Sly Cooper trilogy because Sly Cooper's the shit. Those NECA lords, please hear me, your devoted follower and giver of money. Please make Sly Cooper action figures. Thank you. Amen. Praise whoever. Ratchet and Clank is super fun. Ratchet and Clank, up your arsenal. PS2, Ace. Yes, Ratchet, all of them. Up your arsenal. Going Commando. They're beautiful games. Still sealed? Yo, I will buy those off of you for literally, they're probably a lot. So I will offer you. Well, I have one of them. Let me get back to you. I think I need the second one. I think I have an empty case for the second one, but I would buy them. Banjo Kazooie is sick. I have those on my Xbox. Wow, Ultra with the for real, yo. Oh, you guys, we're in the right place for these conversations. But going back to this, let's turn this light on. Show some of this stuff off here. I have my Daredevil Funkos. Where these are from the Netflix series. Because, I love that stuff. I don't know how well you guys can see it. There we go. We got the Punisher. And then this one is just the classic Kingpin because I'm a big Kingpin fan. And speaking of that, this is like a little pewter statue kind of thing. It's heavy as hell. It probably weighs the size of a baby with a clubbed foot, I would say. Clubbed foot baby. Is that appropriate? Can I say a clubbed foot baby and not have anybody cancel me? Hopefully. I don't know. But I do have one more thing I want to show off. Seafrost. Here is... I got to turn this damn light back on, everybody. Here is this little car. I guess you can see it all right. That my daughter and I found at the... where the hell were we? The park. Up at the playground. So how about that? Cool little Hot Wheel. All righty. We are now at the threshold, my friends. We are at the threshold. We are going to open up the link. I throw out the link and open up the chat. However the hell you say things in the world. Alrighty. There it is. So anybody, oh, what do we got here? Also, I have some PS3 games that I'm about to sell to my coworker who plans on getting a PS3. I have Assassin's Creed, GTA 5, Red Dead Redemption, Call of Duty. Those are all the good ones, man. Those are all literally the good ones. The link is out there. If anybody wants to join, please feel free to do so. I am just going to move things around for a moment. Now, I do have some toys, or a toy, that I'm going to be opening and unboxing and all that good jazz. I think I'm going to switch up the camera here again. So bear with me, folks. And this time, so you don't have to see it jiggling around, I'm going to just turn the camera off for a minute. There we go. I'm here. Don't worry, people. I'll hold your hand. Or anything else you want me to hold. What the f is going on here? There we go. We got and there we go. Perfect. You gotta love technology, right? We could do anyways. I don't know. And here he is again. How's that look? Is the lighting okay, everybody? Doesn't really matter. I'm not gonna change it. It's just this is how we roll, baby. All right. So I do have, like I said, a couple of things I'm gonna show off here. I don't know how that looks, but I've got this terrific Earl Sinclair from the Dinosaurs TV show. Now, for you guys that aren't familiar with this is a show that I don't remember what the hell channel it was on. Fox? Disney? I don't know. Someone let me know down. ABC. Don't let me know. I knew that without even knowing it. Yeah. Was that Frank? Was that Franklin Doom on you? What is up, Frank? A follower of the Ace Holes, the Ace's allies. I need to wear that vest. It says it on the back. But I've got this amazing. I've had these sitting in the backlog for a hot minute. But this is. Sorry for that. There we go. Here it is. That's a lot better. Yeah, that's a heck of a lot better there, Ace. So you can see he comes with his big old dinosaur bottom, his pack of beer. He's got his mug up there. It looks like he's got his pipe, his extra head, some hands, TV remote, all of the good stuff right there. His little captain's hat. Earl Sinclair, dad of the dinosaurs. And then the next one is Baby Sinclair. Feed the baby. When I was a little kid, I actually had a big old, like, stuffed animal, talking stuffed animal of this guy. And I brought it everywhere. I brought it everywhere. And I loved it. But there is the baby. He's got all those fan-effing-tastic accessories. Look at all this stuff. Look at all this. Look at it all. It's great stuff. It's great stuff in this box. NECA toy. Great stuff right here. So I'm going to open up one of these figures. Which one is it going to be? I'll tell you which one. It's going to be the dad. It's going to be Earl. Deal with it. Let's bring the camera in a little bit more. Oh, we're crooked. Do you guys like the background I made on this? How does that look, huh? Huh? It was just a basic turntable. Now it looks basic with brick on it. So until we get people that want to join the chat, if anybody even does, let's open up a toy. Oh, first off, people, you guys like the shirt too, by the way? Pretty great. Got it on vacation last year. There is a change in the giveaway. For those who don't know, when this channel reaches 450 subscribers, I am doing a giveaway. Two of you lucky participants will win something pretty cool. Thank you, Frank. I had them make this when I went on vacation in Hampton Beach last year, right? The horror movie characters took over and now they're going on the hunt. So who do we got? Thank you. It is. I love this shirt. It only was like $12. But so at 450 subscribers, I initially said that I'm going to give away 2 Marvel posters. I've been sitting on it and thinking about it. I'm like, posters, man, come on. You got to give something better than posters away. So I'm going to do this. Still going to be 2 prizes, but these are what they're going to be. For all of you folks that love a Funko Pop and love your Star Wars, I am going to be giving away this Walmart exclusive, gold painted Jango Fett Funko Pop. I do have the long game for certain things. But this could be yours. The rules are going to be when the live starts, I'm going to make a distinct time, and then at another specific time, I'm going to cut it off. Whoever's in the live at the time, I'm going to take all your names and I'm going to draw from your names. And then the 2 people that get that win, the first person gets to pick between the 2 prizes of what they want. And then the second person will get obviously the next prize. And then when we get to 500 subscribers, we're giving away something epic. So hopefully you guys stick around for that. So this is, I think, a really like a pretty cool thing. Hopefully if somebody likes it and wants it and wins it, it goes to a good home. This is one of my favorite Star Wars characters. So yeah, that's why I bought this, and I'm going to give it away. And then the second prize is going to be, hopefully there's people out there that like puzzles, because, ooh, that glare is glaring. There we go. Because we have a Lord of the Rings, the Heroes, Mount Doom, 1,000-piece puzzle. Still sealed, never been put together, open. I got this. I forget where. I'm going to try to cut that glare out. There. I'm not sure where I got this. I forgot. But I'm a huge puzzle head. And I just picked this one up out of, pure needing to buy something. So if you're lucky, you will be able to win this awesome Lord of the Rings. What do we got here? What do we The rules. What? Well, that Ultra. That's why I didn't speak about it, man. Cut out there for a minute, but we're back. Oh, we keep cutting out. Let me double check something. No, we're good. So we're good on that. We got someone here in the chitty chat. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Graybeard.
What is going on? I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Usually when we enter the room, the power fluctuates.
Hey, that's what happens, man. That's what happens.
We both here.
Right on. So we got Virgo, Cool, and Roughshod Stalks in the, I wanted to say in the chat, but they're not in the chat. They're here live with us, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
So, yeah, I was just showing off the newer prizes that I'm going to be giving away to hopefully people that win these.
My head is already hurting thinking about the puzzle. Virgo is all about the puzzle, but my head is already hurt.
Oh, man, I love puzzles. I got, I don't know, like 12 of them. Like they're all superhero. They're all Marvel, except for maybe 2 or 3 of them. This is, one of the exceptions. And I'm not going to put this one together. I have a bunch of I have a 2,000 piece puzzle of Spider-Man one that I'm going to hopefully do here not too long. But yeah, going to give this one away. And then the little Django Fett.
Ooh.
But how are you two doing?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good.
Good. Gonna do a unboxing of this big fella.
That is a hunk of plastic.
It is. It is. It is.
Woo!
I think I've always thought, I mean, I know there's like a rule in animal culture. You don't need to wear pants, but you need to wear a shirt. I just always thought that was a strange like rule.
I mean, they got pieces like we do, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I would think they would have pieces much larger than most of us would, since it's a big ass dinosaur.
I'm just saying. I don't want no.
Hey, I'm with you. I'm with you. So let's open this bad boy up. Oh, you know what? I keep forgetting. It's WrestleMania weekend.
It is. They are.
How did you forget, bro?
Oh my goodness, they are.
Thank you for reminding me so I can set SmackDown thing up.
They're laying it on thick, man. I really feel bad for the folks that are going to be in attendance, because tomorrow it's going to be redonkulous, man. They are putting on the NXT pay-per-view at like, I don't know, before WrestleMania. So it comes on at like, I don't know what time, 3 or something like that, 3 or 4 o'clock before WrestleMania.
Holy shit.
Like, dude, that's like wrestling overload.
That's a lot of time sitting there.
Yeah. But yeah, they got the 2-night extravaganza. We were toying with the idea of at least doing night 1. Night 2, not so much. We're still gonna throw up a hunt on Sunday night, so I don't think we're gonna do the Sunday night one.
Okay. I will try to find where I can get it to stream it. And if you do a live, I'll jump in with you and I'll be able to watch it.
It's only on what, Peacock?
Yeah.
Peacock.
The cock.
Yeah.
Little background fun for the people that like this.
I love that they put those in the NECAs. I do love it. What I hate is that they make them glossy.
NECA robbing people. That's all that is.
They make them glossy where you get, if you try to use it for photos, it's going to glare.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And then they have some of them, though, that are like, this one you might be able to get away with in the right angle, but then they have some of them, like the one that came with my RoboCop. It's like a thicker, harder cardboard, and it has a much more glossy look to it.
Yeah. That's the only thing I'm like, man, these would be great, but they got this little glossiness to them. I'm like, ugh. But hey, I will say this: the one that came with Tatsu, it had a matte. It had a matte fin. It was not shiny. I was surprised by that.
There we are, ladies and gentlemen. Fumbling through the galaxies arrived.
He has. What did you know about? Hey, Virgo had news. Tell me.
Shit.
The Darth Maul animated series coming.
Really?
Yep.
Really?
Yep. Where did you find that from? What
Star Wars had a party today and they made an announcement.
Star Wars had a party. Announcements were made and Virgo was invited, I guess, and she figured this out.
Nice.
Didn't they have? I think they had like a Star Wars celebration in like China or something like that.
So
didn't
celebration started yesterday in Japan.
In Japan.
Yeah. So that's announced the Ryan Gosling Rogue Squadron. I think it's
Yep.
TIE Fighter series, and that's cool. Darth Maul's own animated series. Like,
Yep. I don't know. I have no other information. So
Cool.
speculation abound, man. I think
When there's a blue check mark next to Star Wars name, I'm gonna believe that shit.
yeah.
oh man, but I have no idea about anything about the story, where it's gonna be. I am personally really hoping that they tap into that younger Darth Maul when which I think will work excellent if they do this. There was a book, and I don't know what else they've done, but I read a book long time ago in a galaxy far, far away about Darth Maul.
Shadowhunter, maybe?
I think so, maybe. But he was referenced to be the leader of that gangster organization, the Black Sun, I believe is what it's called.
So yeah, that would have been later on.
And I've been like, now that's cool because I think Homeboy from Shadows of the Empire, that Prince guy, he also was the leader of the Black Sun. So I would be like, because that seems like that could be more gritty.
Isn't that what they were doing a little bit with the Solo movie when they introduced Maul in that? Wasn't he like supposed to be more of like that
Crimson Dawn.
Black Sun?
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, give me this.
But yeah, I can see him, almost, in my brain, I'm like Star Wars, and they're taking a big cup full of penguin, and I think it'll work.
Yes.
Hey, Doe, I appreciate, man, being here. That's
Doe.
cool that this is the first time you've been here. Thanks for checking me out, dude.
Doe's first time? How's that possible?
Oh, man, and it feels so good, too, for being your first time. You're nice and gentle.
Doe, I think he's a late night creeper, like myself and some of the other guys.
He's like
but Doe be everywhere. He'll pop up at 10 in the morning.
How good is the quality? Is this blurry, or can you guys see that all right?
We see it good. Are those like
back it up a little bit? There you go. Yeah, right about there you go.
Yeah.
They're little beer cans.
Yeah. Hey.
You can actually
Oh shit. Now that is ingenious.
You can pop them right out of there.
That's awesome.
That's great. And then he's got his little NECA.
NECA, nice.
And then he's got his little beer mug.
Now this was a short.
Yeah, I was a big fan of the show when.
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
What's that?
No. Tell me about the show because it passed me by.
Oh yeah, I was a huge fan of the show as a kid. I didn't really understand it much. I just loved the big dinosaur characters. They were like just guys in suits with animatronic heads and yada yada. And a few years back, I was actually able to find all 4 seasons on DVD at Walmart. So through things like this, through like the physical media and whatever, this is like what my daughter grows up watching, like what I had. So I try to keep her in that same wheelhouse of like the shit I had as a kid.
One of them, like this be? He must have hid. I had got him earlier.
Well, so I think it's a great show, and it's basically a sitcom of just a family of dinosaurs. I mean, they get into all the same type of shenanigans like a normal human sitcom would get into. It's just amped up a level because they can get away with being a little bit more ridiculous, obviously. But the puppeteering, I believe it's all Jim Henson. Yeah, it's right there on the cover. Jim Henson did it all. Nice. So you're going to get the best of the best with your puppeteering in this show.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's really good. I
think it's famous for the ending too, right? Like there's an actual clear ending where they see the end of the world, like the end of their world coming. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. It's like a dark ending. If you think about it, it's like, oh, they're dying. They're all going to die. But it's
I remember a lot of people talked about that.
It's definitive. It's good.
Yeah, totally. That's cool. It's cool they went there.
Good, yeah, and I've seen Roughshod. Find this figure, but the superhero version of him, which I'm like, oh, that's so cool looking. The little hand.
Man, I swear they're putting. I mean, look. On a side note, totally off what we're talking about.
Bring it up.
Her Virgo is sorting out dinner right now, and she has the biggest titty chicken breast sitting on the table, man. I'm like, God damn, how I had to ask her, is that a turkey? She's like, no, it's a chicken. That thing is huge. Man, shout out to whoever put steroids in the chicken.
Not that they're genetically modified or anything. No.
Yeah. Good night.
Buddy, you knew when you started to see tomatoes get like the fucking size of, watermelons that you were like, oh yeah, all natural. Yeah, okay. Sure.
I'm like,
That's
good
crazy.
night. Hey, man, there's going to be one night somebody's going to get the formula wrong.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And there's going to be like a 20-foot chicken running around.
Well, think about it. I think in my lifetime, you used to get maybe one recall every couple of years for something. Now it's pretty regular to see like lettuce being recalled for E. coli, like this and that and the other thing, like recall, right? It's like, Jesus Christ. A loaf of bread would last our house like a week before it molded. Now it lasts like 3 months.
Yeah.
You ain't right.
Oh man,
Virgo.
I
You know what?
This big ass titty off this goddamn chicken.
Yeah.
God damn.
Damn. That is crazy though. They oh man.
So you know what?
It's what scares me is maybe back in the day, maybe they were letting a lot of shit slide that we didn't know about.
Yep.
That could be the other thing. Yeah. That could be the other thing.
That's the scary thing. I don't know, but you're right. It seems like, there's always demand and I mean, it's not just produce, sometimes fast food restaurants and stuff like that will have it and be like, what's going on?
Yeah, true enough. Oh. Well, I like that figure, man. That looks good.
Dude, it's there. It doesn't feel, I mean, I know it's NECA, so I don't mean it when I say it doesn't feel cheap, but it doesn't feel chintzy for being a big figure. Like, it feels good. It feels thick.
Kaz, what's up, Kaz?
Hey,
Kaz, what's happening, brother? He was
you know how I describe them type of toys, Ace? Because I know exactly what you're talking about. When you got it in your hand and you feel it and there's a certain weight and there's a certain firmness to it. I usually refer to that as you could kill somebody with this.
Oh, for sure.
You can throw somebody, you can throw it at somebody and kill somebody with that damn thing.
You certainly can. He's got lots of little hands. It's got two head mold little head molds you can have on there. The one where he's just casual and then the one where he's just gonna hey.
NECA is always, when they do them ultimate figures, they do the detail. They look at what they're gonna give you. I mean, they look at the product itself. They look at the dinosaur from the show and be like, they make it like almost spot on.
Yeah, they're not
ridiculous.
They're not without their criticisms, obviously.
I'll pop in.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But they're
look at just the articulation in the tail. You can clearly move it once it's connected, but you can move it here, and even in the tip.
That's nice.
That's a lot of articulation for just a 3-inch little piece of plastic.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking forward to most for getting that mythic dragon. If they say 55 points of articulation, dude, that means like the tail alone will have like 10 or 15 points of
10 to 15, yeah.
Where does the tail actually start?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
That's the big thing.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to see you get it, man. I picture that thing in my mind. You get a nice big figure. You can have that thing wrapping around the figure, all type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm actually going to commission. So there's a base that they were displaying it at all the Mythic cons, the Legion cons. So apparently there's a guy who's taking commissions to build that very same, like I guess it's like a mountainside.
Yes.
So I'll listen, if you're going to spend that much on the figure, buy the base. Yeah, spend the money, get the base, and then I'm going to set it up in its own room. Right? It's Yeah, because it's like there's nowhere to put that. It can't be anywhere where somebody is gonna run into it. A kid's gonna put his hands on it.
Yeah.
It's got to be right. Like,
He said he gonna have his security.
oh yeah,
Just a cat, Joe.
Don't fuck with my dragon.
yeah, totally. Like we don't have children, but we have a lot of nieces and nephews that come swimming here. I am lock and key, dude.
He gonna be like, homeboy from Step Brothers, don't fuck with my drum kit.
Exactly, exactly right.
He's gonna be like, don't you even
It's hard to
think
get on
about
there.
it.
But you know,
Oh man.
speaking of Death Mall for a second, you know what's really interesting? While Ace like tries not to like slip his hand and hurt himself, but
Dude, his head is like hard to get on there.
you might have to use a little hot water actually if you don't have a heat gun.
That's what I usually do is
Yeah.
I put a little bit of water on there to
Yeah.
lubricate it up. But
Maul. Okay, so when that came out, he was on every package, every box, every poster, and then the
Yep.
guy was in the movie for like 7 minutes.
Yeah.
and they didn't even use the Ray Parker's voice, right? Ray Parker? Ray Park?
Ray Park, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't even use his voice.
So it was like, and I think
No.
the fans were so outraged, and Lucas realized what a fumble it was that he okayed Filoni in the Clone Wars to bring him back to life, and now they're just like, you know, and then they killed him again, which was a better death in Rebels, but still,
Yeah.
like such a great character that deserves so much more screen time. So it's exciting for me to hear that they're doing his own animated series because it's such a great story, dude. It's such a great story.
I mean, even if they did a story where the Emperor was raising him as a kid, I'm pretty sure that'll be pretty insane.
Yeah, totally. Totally. Because listen, they don't start off evil, right? They're made evil, which is kind of, you know, it's going to be interesting to see that. And then just to get more of the Night Brothers and Night Sisters is always going to be awesome. Always.
Right? Yeah.
So, but yeah, I remember clearly going to the movies and everybody walking out after seeing The Phantom Menace. People don't realize how much that movie was hated at the time. And people were like, what the fuck was that? They were like, dude, he was in the movie for like 7 fucking minutes, and people were just pissed off.
I was right. I'm with you. When I look back at it now, after I watched everything, I was like, why didn't they? To me, the easiest fix, and I would hate to do this to him, but I'd have been like, Dooku should have been in Darth Maul's role, and Darth Maul should have been in Dooku's role.
100%.
Yeah, I agree.
Them two characters swap places. Yeah, I would hate to have Dooku. I mean, they would have had to fix Dooku. They would have had to give a nice battle at the end for him to give him the respect that he deserves as far as, you know, who he is and all that. But I'm like, I would have rather seen, because to be honest with you, they did the same shit with Dooku in the third in Revenge of the Sith. He had like 5 minutes and his head was gone. And that was that. So,
yeah.
And you let Anakin take his ass down. Shit.
Yeah. Like, and again, if you know anything about Dooku, you're like, Anakin at that point ain't winning that fight, dude. He's not winning that fight.
It would have been sick to have, you know, if you wanted to put down Darth Maul, put him down in Revenge of the Sith, have him, Anakin, and Obi-Wan put him down, and then they could have had 2 like serious epic lightsaber battles.
Well, it's the same thing with General Grievous, right? General Grievous.
Yes.
In the cartoons, in the books, he's so sadistic, and then in the movies, a coward. He's running away half the time, and you're like, dude, what's going on here? You're like, this guy's killed like literally dozens of Jedis, and he's like running at every opportunity he gets in the movies, and you're like, what is this shit, dude? Anyway, I love them.
Yeah,
they're not without their criticisms, right? And
right. Well, I know the little bit I read on Grievous, you know, that suit is keeping him alive.
Yes.
And he's a, you know, he isn't a cyborg, he's an alien. And that he got in some battle, and the damage he received in that battle was made him get in that suit.
This is what Grievous actually looks like.
Sweet. Oh, hold on. There you go.
So he's a Kalish warlord. So this is what he actually looked like. So
Gotcha.
and then Palpatine blew up his ship in order to put him into that suit, and then he said okay, and then they programmed his brain to hate Jedi and have like a rage factor additionally to it.
Right.
But this is such a fucking cool. Like we need to see this Grievous,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's
They
you
have
know so
tons of backstories like that too, tons and tons, and
tons.
they're like, no, we'd rather make something new. Nah, man, no, you got
And
some.
you hate. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good, you're good. I'll just keep ranting about why they won't do.
No. And all I was gonna say is, and I know this sounds weird for somebody of my generation, but like enough, like it's okay to go away from the Skywalker saga. It's okay. Like it doesn't
Yeah.
always have to be a Skywalker thing. Like give us these type of characters, their backstories. If you want to expand the universe, take the characters you know are popular, Grievous, Maul, you know, all these
Mm-hmm.
guys, and expand on them.
Yeah.
Right? Like no, like I don't need to
I
see
mean,
Luke again, dude. I get it. Like I
yeah.
love Luke, but I don't need to see him again.
You don't have to
You
worry about it.
save
He's
your Luke. You
dead.
save that Luke. You save it for later. You know, it's like let us let you forget a little bit, and
Yeah,
then bring him
exactly.
back. You know.
Exactly.
But
Right?
man, yes, they got stories, man. There's just stories they can have, and I
Well,
don't know.
it's like the turtles. I'll give the turtles credit for one thing. I only ever saw the first movie and then the remakes, and I know a lot of people. I liked the first remake. I thought it was a good reboot. I know a lot of people, obviously, who are hardcore TMNT fans that don't like it, but I give them credit, man. Like they've gone places, right? Like they've introduced new characters, interesting characters. They cross over with IPs. They do stuff to just keep it going.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like you got to respect that, dude. You might not like it all, but you got to respect it. Motu's the same way.
Yeah.
I would say turtles over the long run. Over the long run, the turtles are the best at it. They have been trying to keep themselves fresh and current as much as possible. And I
Yeah.
mean, I mean, cross generational, type of, planning going on here. But yeah, I mean, the movies they've had now, the old movies. The first one was great, seeing them there. Second one, kind of got, I'm like, man, it's a guy in a suit. I can't deal with that. Y'all got to do better. But then they started doing the CGI stuff, man, and that works. That works just fine.
Yeah, that's why I
Um,
like the reboot. That's why I like the reboot. The reboot, I think the imagination finally caught up to the technology.
yeah,
Like, you're right. The guys in the suits were hard to swallow at the time.
yeah,
I still love it. It's got that it feels like when you go into the cantina on Mos Eisley, it's like
yeah,
you know what's going on here, but you have this sense of I appreciate this and I love it for what it is.
Yeah.
yeah,
That's how I feel about it anyways, because they've remastered or however you word it, the original Star Wars movie 1.5 million freaking times.
yeah.
But each time you go in, you see the canteen and you go in there, you can notice, okay, that's a
Oh
puppet on
yeah,
a guy's hand or yada yada, but you still are like, man, during that time, that's what they did. That's so creative and that's so awesome. And that's how I feel about the Turtles. Now the third one where they go back in time, I can't. I'm not an apologist. I will even cut all ties to that movie. I don't enjoy that as a turtle movie.
They went back in time.
yeah, man.
Yeah,
They
they go
went back
back
to
to now.
ancient
This is gonna
China.
sound cool, but it's not. They go back to feudal Japan with like warlords and stuff. They could have made that so badass, and at times they did. I'll give them credit. At certain times, they made the turtles in the samurai outfits
Yeah,
really cool, like they
All
did.
right. All
yeah,
right.
But the overall story, they made Casey Jones a babysitter, like he was a joke
hmm
in that movie, and I just was like,
yeah,
that's not cool, man. Even in the cartoon, he was way more badass. It falls short on what the first two movies set up. And even if the first one was great. The second one, you can see where the cracks started to formulate, but they were cohesive. They were good, like 1 and 2 for a film. And then the third one just felt like, yeah, we have the rights to it. Let's just make a movie and not have it really be anything.
Yeah.
And my biggest
it was
problem,
more kiddie than anything. It lost a little bit of its edginess.
Yeah. And this is 100% like, I often don't say, oh, I wish I could rewrite a movie, because half the time it is what it is. But with the third Turtles one, the one thing where it's like, why didn't you do that, is going back to Japan. Why wouldn't you have the emperor that they're fighting, of whatever dynasty it is? Why would you not have him be like Oroku Saki's great ancestor?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And then that would be no, and that could have been where you see why Shredder in modern times walked around as like a Japanese warlord. It's like, oh, it's his family's dynasty.
That's a miss. That's a miss.
Yeah. The third movie, they could have easily just said this, and you could have had somebody. You didn't have to go get the guy that played Shredder or anything. You could
and you didn't have to put him in a Shredder outfit. You could have just had that old school samurai outfit with little nuances to it.
Yeah. Just slap a little blades here and there on the shoulder pads, give it that look, and that be that. But they dropped it. They should have. They should have really freaking made a connection like that, but they chose not to. I don't know.
They chose not to.
They were not, back then. We're talking about the 80s, man. They weren't trying to. They weren't doing what they're doing nowadays. They were just trying to make a movie,
and that you feel it. They were just trying to make a movie, because even the costumes and everything. Because the first 2 movies, you had Master Splinter. At times he was an animatronic, but most of the time he was like a guy in a suit and stuff like that.
Yeah.
In the third one, you never see Splinter's entire body. He's always behind like a shelf, because he's a complete animatronic. You can tell the Turtles, their costumes are literally like cartoony. It's just, I don't recommend it, but unfortunately it's part of.
It exists.
Yes. Can't erase it. I'm curious though. What's the favorite? So talking about puppeteering, what do you think is the best movie ever made with puppeteering?
Shit, Dark Crystal, man.
You stole my thing, Rough Shot. How did you come up with that?
Dude,
that's it. When it comes to puppeteering, that is the movie. I know Star Wars had a lot of puppeteering in it and all that, but you talking about badass fucking works of art.
Fucking right.
Yes.
Them goddamn buzzer birds, whatever the fuck they were, man. Them things were the creepiest looking things. I was like, get away from me.
Nightmare material when I was a kid. Like nightmare.
They did
you got it right off.
That was
kind of Frank.
I thought I was being clever. I was like, no one's gonna say Dark Crystal. I'm gonna just drop that. He was like, Dark Crystal. It's like,
no, Dark Crystal. That's right up there too, because that's one of my absolute favorite movies. I even have those little golden books that like whatever company does them. I have a Dark Crystal one for my daughter.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a great movie.
Oh, it's fantastic. That one, and I think outside of that, for me, puppeteering, and people don't realize how much puppeteering was in it, is Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
I think it's probably my, I go to Jurassic Park.
Let me think. I don't know what mine would be. There's so many of them.
Right, where you think about like.
Because I think when I think of puppeteering, like I overthink it, and then I think of like the movie like The Thing.
Yeah.
No,
fair enough. Yeah.
Where they had like all the animatronics, and like when the head rips off the one guy, and I don't know if that's not necessarily puppeteering in the sense of like it is,
It is.
So I think like that, but then on the bigger scale, where like Dark Crystal, that entire movie
I would be outside all day.
is a sense of puppeteering.
Totally. Kaz goes Team America.
Oh yeah.
America.
Fuck yeah.
You want to save the motherfucking day? Yeah.
Dude, that orgasm scene has to be one of the most ludicrous things I've ever seen on film.
Have you ever seen the movie Sausage Party?
No.
No, I have not
Oh,
watched that one. Yeah, I know what you're
yeah,
talking
with
about.
Seth Rogen.
Yeah, if you think that orgy was ludicrous, you need to go watch Sausage Party, my friend.
Really? Okay. Oh shit.
Yeah, that's
Oh, oh
anime.
yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I am gonna steal my show back here for just 1 second
Oh, absolutely, man.
and mention or just talk about the big thing.
Uh-oh.
My big eBay win that I had the other day. I'm gonna finally
Oh,
do some
yeah.
revealing of it.
Did you get it?
So I had a bid out for a lot of Ninja Turtle figures on eBay, and it was a grand total of 165.58 or some bullshit like that. When I tallied all of them up, even when I broke these down to like the cheapest that I think someone would sell them for, even if they sold these for $20 a piece, I still saved at least $150 that way. But knowing these things are more than that, I
Oh,
saved about
yeah.
almost $400 on these things. So I'm going to reveal them, and they're all Ninja Turtle figures. They're all in box. They are from another collector, so they're pretty much minty. But I do have to plug in my phone, or we are going to lose the show.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Here we go. All right, so we're going to start off with the set of these bad boys, the Turtles.
He said popular.
We've got, who do we got here? Donnie. Yeah, Donnie and Leo. They've got everything is in these boxes. All the accessories are with them. So I mean, I got a hell of a deal.
I
I
just
feel
saw
on
popular on the screen, so I was like, I know what that
And these
is.
are the Playmates, right?
No, these are NECA as well.
Those are NECA? Okay.
Yeah, these are based
I
on
guess
the
so.
animated series, like the cartoon.
Okay. So
So
they have the cell shading.
yeah, so Fumbling, I will grab a couple of other variants of the NECA Turtles, and I'll show you just a quick difference in them.
And that's why down in the bottom, Jesus Christ. It's before you get to the cook.
We got
Actually, it's past that.
all of these are Michelangelo figures. So here's Michelangelo here. This is a version of Michelangelo. There's another version of him. This there is another version of the Michelangelo.
Yeah,
And
they do a lot of variants.
and then there's one more version of Michelangelo.
Ooh, I like that one.
Buddy, where you going?
Now this is from the last Ronin that you were asking about.
Over here.
Oh, yes. Nice.
That's why this one is so bulky in the way he looks, because this is from a different, version.
Yeah, yeah.
This is from the Mirage comics where he's the Wanderer and he kind of goes off and does his own thing.
Okay.
This is the Mirage comic version of like the black and white, but with color in them, basically.
Okay.
And all of the turtles look the same. They all have the red band. Just the difference is their weapon of choice.
Okay.
And then this is the Universal Monsters crossover with the turtles, obviously. And again, this is the version that they did based on the animated series, which all of these figures that I'm about to show you guys are based on the animated series.
Fumbling, they have a turtle for every occasion.
That's
literally
amazing.
every occasion, my
That's
friend.
crazy.
But this is just cool to get the lot and to have all four turtles, so it is a complete set, which is really great.
That's cool.
These alone go for $60, so you can just do the math as we're going along here if you feel free to do so.
So 60 each?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, those when they come out brand new, they
But
go
all
for $59.99.
And the thing is with these ones, these are outdated now, so these are like 3 to 4 years old. So they go for a little bit more than that at this point, like everything.
Yeah.
Next up, this is one of my personal favorites, the Mighty Hog and Rhino Man, where it is Rocksteady and Bebop dressed up as superheroes. I forget the name of the episode, but it is all about Shredder turning these guys into superheroes to kind of convey like, oh, we're actually good guys, but the whole time they're trying to steal a diamond for Shredder.
Yeah.
So my personal thing is I do want to try to get as many Bebop and Rocksteadies as I can outside of collecting just the normal turtle figures. So this just adds a third variation to the figures that I have, because I have them as pirates and then I have them while they're on vacation. And then this one is really effing cool. These two characters are great. This is Scumbug and Anthrax. Scumbug is just a normal guy that gets turned into a mutant and he works for the Shredder. He's just a bad guy. Anthrax is the executioner in Dimension X for Krang, the little bubblegum looking guy that lives inside the big robot. So he actually comes from Dimension X to help the Shredder. In a couple of episodes, Shredder gets, I forget what it is. It's these two, Rat King, Leatherhead, Tempestra, and somebody else. It's basically the Sinister Six of the Ninja Turtles. And he gets them to come in to fight the Turtles. And it's one of the best episodes or two-part episodes I've seen of the Turtles, in my opinion. But these guys are just great. And this figure, I took him out of the box already. He is a monster of a figure. He's got 4 arms. He's just huge.
He looks impressive, man. I like, when you have, more obscure characters, people that don't know
Oh,
about.
for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Up next, this is a very sought after one that I've looked up. It's pretty pricey. This one's almost like $80 alone right now. You've got Mona Lisa, which I think she's the reason most people want her. Her origin is she was just a college student that got into a chemistry accident. And like every other character, if you're infused, like if there's an animal next to you, you become infused with the DNA and boom, you're that animal now. So that's her story. And then this is Dirk Savage. He's basically the Punisher mixed with Kraven. He's a mutant bounty hunter. He's just a really cool character. I really dig that. I'm going to probably be the only one that thinks this, but I'm going to turn around so you can see it maybe a little bit better. Yeah. He has that Bruce Campbell look to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, I just hear Bruce Campbell's voice in my head when I see this guy's face, like Ash Williams, and it just hits me on a different level than just another, action figure. I like this guy a lot.
You know what voice
Go
what
ahead.
voice I hear when I see that character?
What's that?
I hear David Hasselhoff, man.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
I
David
see it.
Hasselhoff.
Yeah,
I see it.
Yeah.
Now,
And I'm talking
Roughshot,
about the David Hasselhoff when he played Nick Fury in that low budget.
Fuck yeah,
the lowest
dude.
of low budget Nick Fury.
Put a little cigar in his mouth, and you got Nick Fury for sure.
Shit, that's
he does. Now, Roughshot, I know you're an X-Men fan.
Yeah.
So correct me if I'm wrong on the name, but he kind of looks like Quasar, right? Is that the guy's name? He's like a space pirate.
Hang on. Give me a second.
It's something like that, right?
Corsair.
That's what it is. Yes.
Cyclops' daddy.
It's his dad. That's right. He kind of reminds me of him a little bit. He gives me that vibe.
Yeah, he's sporting the same colors, definitely.
Yeah. So that's as obscure.
Too,
That's as obscure for X-Men characters as I get right there. That's as deep as I can go.
That was good though.
And then this one right here, which is another personal favorite because of Leatherhead. This is the third Slash that I've gotten, just out of convenience. I didn't really look to get that many of them, but I do have that many now. It's cool to have a third one that's different. This is one of the first NECA line for the Ninja Turtle figures that they made. Back when they did these, they actually made them, not the figure itself, but they molded the mold from clay. So someone obviously hand molded this figure and then made a sculpt out of it or whatever. So when you look at this figure compared to obviously something like this, where it's a plastic mold and there really shouldn't be any imperfections in it.
seen a
This
little
you're gonna notice, like if you look at the hands and stuff, you're gonna see like, oh, that kind of looks like it's made out of Play-Doh almost. And I just think that's kind of cool. I'm in my own little personal thought bubble. But there they are on the back.
Well,
They do
NECA's always
show-
been good at, you know, the colors they use. You know, it's very animated looking.
Yes,
And I can-
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
What does that price tag say on it, Ace?
Oh, yeah, that's what I wanted to show. $75 on this one.
Damn. And you obviously did not pay that.
No, because like I said, I mean, just do the math right here. I paid 165, so right there would be 60. There would be 60. You're at 120 already. And then add your 75 in there.
And you're 165 with shipping.
Yeah.
Hey, they had NECA themselves. They had the mystery boxes, that they put out themselves, and they were stocked full of figures. Now the only thing is that you really couldn't have been collecting NECA already.
Right.
You know, depending on the, you know, they had a horror box, they had a sci-fi box, they had a pop
Ninja
culture
Turtle
box.
one.
Yeah. So if you're already collecting them, that was the thing. Now, if you've never collected and you're like, I'm getting in, that freaking deal with them guys would have been the bomb.
Yeah, because it was what, like a hundred and maybe like a $200. It was like $200 or something, and it was like a $400 value or something like that, right?
Oh, it was I think it was 175, I think, for the box. And there was like probably, well, now you know they're gonna take their retail prices.
Right.
And so they're saying you're getting like $400 worth of NECA for this 175. And I've seen the people opening them boxes, you know, on YouTube, and what you get in them, it's fabulous. I mean,
yeah, I imagine.
What turned me off is when they started pulling out stuff, and I was like, shit, I got that one. Shit, I got that one.
Yep.
And then I was like, you know, it would be great, but you can't be collecting what you want in them boxes because you're probably going to get duplicates.
Yeah.
But
exactly. Which, I mean, that's the gamble you take, right?
Yeah.
Like, I remember a few years ago, Walmart was doing DC mystery boxes, and they were shoe boxes, like the size of, like basically a shoe box. And it had the DC logo and Batman's logo and the Flash and all them other guys' logos all over this box. And it was a mystery box of like a $50 value, and you buy it for like $10. And it was a Black Friday special only. And this was at Walmart, and they had hundreds of these things stacked a mile high, right?
Mhm.
So I'm like, for $10, I'm going to buy 2 of them and just see what the hell they are. I open up the first one, and I'm like, oh, cool. There's like, you know, Batman Funkos in here. Just like, I think I got a Batman Killer Croc Funko. Like it was Batman dressed up as Killer Croc. Bunch of other little random things. I was like, yeah, for $10, this is cool. So then I opened up the other one, and it was 100% the same shit.
Oh.
So I called my mom because I know she had picked up a couple for some of the kids in the family. And I was like, Mom, you can't give multiples of those to the same kid because it's all the same shit inside of it, blah, blah, blah. And like, that is a really crummy deal when it's literally all of the same stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're going to make it a mystery, then it needs to be random stuff.
Right.
A random mix, yeah.
And then this is the last one in the lot that I got, and this is Lotus. She's basically Karai before there was a Karai. And then this is, I'm not gonna be able to say his name right now. Chakahachi. There we go. I said it. And he is just a Japanese warlord that dies in his time, and then I'll have to quickly say it. Through a means of an end, he gets reincarnated back into the modern world as a ghost, and he leads like another little Japanese army to try to take over, you know, New York City, yada yada.
Okay, so these are all characters that were definitely seen in the cartoon. Okay,
100%. These are all characters in the cartoon. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, they got ton, man.
There were a few. The only character and I'm gonna probably be totally wrong on this, but the only character I think, yeah, I'm gonna be wrong. The only character I know of that never made it in the cartoon that they made a toy of
Okay.
was for the original Playmates line, and I don't even know if it got released, but I know it exists. It's a giraffe that is a basketball player. I don't know what his name is, but he's wearing like a red, basically like a Chicago Bulls jersey. But he's a big yellow giraffe with like a crooked neck and stuff like that. He was never in the cartoon. I'm assuming they based the toy off of concept art, but that's as far as my knowledge goes with that figure, because I've always kept that little piece of like, I wonder why they never made him or whatever. But I'm sure there's tons more out there.
To me, and I don't know anything about this giraffe basketball player, but to me, what you just described sounded like something like Toys R Us with Jeffrey Giraffe type of exclusive thing. Maybe.
Oh man, I'm slacking on these comments. No, it does. It totally sounds like Jeffrey Giraffe, and it kind of looks like him just in a basketball outfit. So Mad Hatter Reviews, I'm just fresh on that guy's channel, but his friend Nostalgia Review, I watch him all the time. I like him quite a bit. So yeah, I'm sure with Mad Hatter, I'll eventually see all these videos since I'm crossing over with his stuff now. Who else? What else do we got here?
Yeah, Mad Hatter is obviously quite famous.
Oh, TK, what's up, brother?
He also just released his own toy line.
In today's video,
yeah, he just released his own figures. Like he did a crowdfund for a figure.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah.
Oh, I'll have to look into that.
Yeah. The guy does. It's pretty popular. Jeffrey Jordan.
He ain't got it fixed yet.
That's good, actually.
What is that?
Those studios with the.
What was that?
So you made off like a bandit, Ace, dude. You got 5 boxes for a.
Is he looking at reaction figures?
Yeah.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I may buy a lot, but I really try to minimize the amount of money. Obviously, like we all do.
Yeah.
So, like I was telling my girlfriend today, I could go out right now. Well, I can't because I can't fucking find any of the new Holothon stuff. But if I had the chance to go get it all, I could 1,000,000% go out and buy all of that and put myself in a serious money debt hole.
Yeah.
But I want to build my collection, so I figure why not let the new stuff trickle out? I can't find it anyways. I'm not going to stress about it. And go and build my backlog of the stuff that isn't in stores anymore. And if I can get all that stuff cheaper than what I'm going to pay for the newer stuff, I would much rather do that and then just wait for the newer stuff to be available at my convenience instead of the typical FOMO, because that's what I've been feeling lately, the FOMO of like, fuck, I'm missing all these toys and I'm not seeing them.
Yeah.
And I even looked up for availability for the Holothon display, and the Target closest to me will not have that display at all.
Damn. It ain't even a big display, to be honest with you.
No, it's not.
So explain to this Canadian guy what Holothon is.
Okay. Roughshode's going to be able to fill in the blanks better than me, so I'll just tell you what I've learned, because I didn't know this was a thing they do every year.
Right.
It's literally like spring into summertime, just their new wave of NECA figures and stuff like that, and it's their red carpet almost. So they kind of make it a big deal.
It's a NECA thing. It's really a NECA thing. Every year they release a whole bunch of new turtles and some other figures, and they've titled it in collaboration with Target, call it Holothon.
Okay.
Like it's some major event, and it's really just a little cardboard shipper or an end cap is what it is.
Okay.
But they make a thing about it, and people run to it. Now, the beauty of the Holothon for me is unlike Ace, my love for turtles is not that great. So I am able to walk past that thing with no shame and just
No,
keep
me, no.
walking.
These three right here, the Lotus with Chakahachi, these two, and then this one, they were all Holothon items, I think in
Yeah.
like 2023, I believe.
This man, I can't even keep up with it anymore. It's
So
crazy.
It's NECA exclusive.
Specific for Target.
Right, got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Now Walmart has got their version of it. But they don't do nothing special. I don't know. It's more like a sale, or like all the pre-orders for the new stuff come up or something like that. It's really kind of lame compared to what they do at Target. At least
Yeah.
Target, there's something going to be there that says, hey, this is it. This is what we're talking about. But Walmart is just their thing. It's more online than in the store.
Mm-hmm.
In the store, you don't see any type of display for their stuff or anything. It's awful.
What?
But
No
it's
way,
all-
TK. Hold on.
Did Doe call out Ace for his love of anime?
Ace, if there was a guy that notoriously paid $300 for the Lotus 2-pack. You put Tupac. He got it ahead of time from China. That is fucking insane. I couldn't imagine paying $100 for one of these, let alone
Hey.
300.
That is the you know what, that is
Oh my
the
Lord.
other, that's one of the dirty little sides of collecting, is that bug to get things first,
The bug.
to be the first one. Once you get
See, I
past
don't want to be the
that,
first
man,
one.
once you kind of get past that shit, collecting becomes easy.
Yeah.
See, my thing is, I don't want to be the first one. I just don't want to not get the one thing I want the most.
Right.
Yeah.
But speaking of bug, you're scumbug. Now, here's the difference here. Here's the NECA one, obviously. I don't know how well you can see it, but there it is. And then here is,
Oh,
this is the original.
What was that picture you showed me last night of that Superman symbol?
This is the original
No,
1988
wasn't you.
scumbug from Playmate.
You showed me some.
Well, that's a
Yeah.
big difference.
Yeah, I mean, you can clearly see the character is still the same, but it is a huge difference, right?
It's a big difference.
And then somewhere I have the new 2024 Scumbug or whatever year it came out for the newest Ninja Turtle movie. And it is a much, much bigger difference. But there's still like the subtle little similarities because obviously they're both animated ones. Like you can see his toe is protruding from the shoe here. And they kept that in continuity. You know, obviously the original one had it. So it's all really good stuff. I mean, I'm very impressed with how well this looks.
They
And
do
then-
they do a good job. Now I know that NECA's had quality concerns.
Yes.
But for me, the NECAs that I have personally gotten and pulled out the box haven't had no issues so far, knock on wood. But I hate to say it, they all have, you know, these big companies, they make so much product, somebody's bound to get a bum fig.
Of course.
You know,
100%. Yeah.
You know, now, and it's, that goes back to, I think we had a conversation before about is what they do about it after that. You know, if they fix it, then whatever.
That's right.
Keep moving. If they try to act like, oh, there ain't nothing wrong with it. Nah, man, this thing, I picked it up and it disintegrated.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. What the hell? But, yeah, you got that. Man.
This guy's dope looking.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually.
Oh.
I mean, he's got
Now-
wicked head articulation. He's got wicked head articulation for such a big figure. Like,
Side to side.
I mean, even the fucking Marvel Venom doesn't get his head up like at that.
What's the side to side like? Oh, that's good. Yeah, it's really good.
He's got movement in the torso. Can spin. All the arms can move. Even his little thorax can move all sorts of around.
That's a cool character, actually.
Yeah, he's really great looking. And I mean, this is an original. He's in the cartoon.
And
As
on
crazy as
Tuesday.
he looks, he is definitely one of the OGs.
Tuesday.
But they're fantastic. I mean, look at this weapon too. Look at this goddamn thing.
Yep.
That's
You said he was the executioner?
yes.
Yeah.
And here's
Yeah.
this is his
Oh shit. Okay.
it's
All right.
Executioner X. Yeah, Krang's Executioner back into Dimension X.
Speaking of NECA, since you're on your NECA kick, I'm gonna throw this out here because last night, one of the fellas there on my thing, Red Hood,
Yep.
and actually, and today, Astray sent me a picture on Instagram. NECA is going to be making that new Superman movie. They're going to be making figs.
Really?
NECA is going to be making DC figures from that movie.
What?
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
The
If they make a Lex
the
Luthor, I'm
only
gonna have to get
teaser
that.
they give you is
Really?
let me see if you know what. Hang on.
Do you think they're the only ones that have the licensing to that, and that's why there hasn't been
Oh
any?
no.
No.
Hard to believe.
Maybe for the movie specific, but not DC in general. I don't think.
Hello, woman.
No,
Elon.
that's what I
See if
meant. The
can
movie.
find
Yeah.
one.
Wow, that's pretty big.
Yeah, here we go.
Well, that's the thing for you as a turtle guy, right? Like that's like you've got Super 7, you've got Playmates still making it, you've got NECA making it, you've got who
Put
else?
me on
Action.
blast real quick there, Ace.
Yep.
This
Yep.
is the teaser. This is all they gave you for this
This was
NECA
NECA
figure.
that did this? Nice.
That's it.
Ooh, nice.
Oh wow. See, those are my favorite type of elbow like style. I really like the way they fold in and you can't see a pin, you can't see
Yeah.
I like those.
But that's all they
man,
give you. That's all
if
they
they
give
make
you,
a
man.
Lex Luthor, man, that they'll have to get my money on that one.
Yep.
I would
But I found it
definitely
interesting. I was like, oh man, because they're gonna have a few characters from the DC universe in that movie. And I'm like, everybody's got a Superman, but man, I would like to see a Hawk girl, a NECA Hawk girl.
Yeah.
Well, did you see
They would make her look so dope.
Did you guys see the picture I shared on my channel of fuck, I forget his name now.
Frank Castle?
No, it's in the new Superman. He's I think he's a good guy. He's like pink, orange, Mesmero? No, what the hell's his name?
Pink and orange.
Pink and orange. Yeah, you messed me
Buckshot,
up.
you're gonna know who I'm talking about. Go to my page real quick.
Uh-oh.
That's what I'm doing that right now.
You'll know exactly who I'm talking about. I don't know the character enough to know his name, but I recognize him because they made him for the Superpower DC line.
Where are you, Ace? Oh shit, that's cool. Oh, Metamorpho.
Ah, the outsider. Okay.
Yeah, he's going to be in the movie because they showed a picture of him. If that's someone they made as a NECA figure, oh my God, he would be awesome looking.
You know who he looks like? He actually looks like his head looks like those dudes from Alien, the Covenant, like those. What do they call them?
Oh
Engineers.
yeah. Oh man.
The engineers.
Yes,
The engineers, yes.
Yeah.
I love that head, dude. That's cool. So what's his superpower though?
He can control elements.
Okay. Oh, that's why he looks like his body's made.
But I mean, his body. I mean, he can. He can turn into vapor. He can turn into liquid.
Hey there, TK.
But
come on down. 1, 2, 3, Sesame Street. Bring the count.
So.
I was gonna ask you what sound they made. I forgot till you just did that.
Yeah, These are Super 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Super 7 been doing stuff for a minute.
But
I was
who's
trying
doing?
to get the count, but they're blind bag ones, and these are the two I got. I specifically bought Oscar, but
I'll stop, buddy.
yeah,
Come on.
they're neat.
Come on.
Who's doing the new ones
Get
that
out.
everybody that you're seeing at New York Comic Con?
Like what the one TKD bar had the count.
Yeah, like all the new ones. Like they did a new, like they have a really nice looking Big Bird with like Mr. Hooper sign and all that.
Oh, I don't think I've seen the Big Bird.
Oh,
Hmm.
dude.
It's coming.
Yeah, it looks really good. Is it? Fuck, I want to say, I don't know why I was thinking it was NECA.
NECA does have them too, but I mean, see, when I don't want to say when I first started collecting, but when I like got into the community, I knew NECA was a brand. I had no idea what Super 7 was. I had no idea what best action was. So I'm still learning too.
Yeah. Dude, I'm with you. There's a lot of stuff that seems to have passed me by. Yeah, it is NECA.
Oh, we
Yep,
got more people in the chat. Let me say hello to Derek. What's happening, Derek? Over at Derek's Wrestling Toys and Tees. Oh, the woman who laughs said, I miss you too. I did. Oh, there you are.
Hey,
What is
I
up,
can tell
woman
you-
who laughs?
No, nobody. You don't hear much people talking about their NECA or low key, like slowly filling in the gaps and taking over shit. and nobody's paying attention to
Yeah.
them while they're doing it.
Yeah, I think I knew them more as a horror brand doing horror figures than I did.
That's what I
Yeah.
thought too.
Yeah.
That's literally what I thought they did.
Yes.
Nah, they got their hands in a little bit of everything. They still do
Well,
the
yeah,
horror.
like-
Don't get me wrong. But
I mean, I've even confessed this on a couple of my videos where I'm like, oh shit, I have this toy. I didn't know NECA made it, like this one right here. And it's right in my face. I've had this for almost a decade, and it's Bret Hart signed Simpson figure with the fucking word NECA on it.
That's great, dude.
And like Roughshot, I remember you and I were talking, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I have any NECA toys or blah, blah, blah. All the while, this is sitting on my wall.
yeah.
So, but how do you like that? Now, let me ask you, Fumbling, is Bret Hart, is he important to you?
Uh-oh.
Yes. And
He's a
even as
national
somebody,
treasure.
that was probably the only time period I watched wrestling was as a young kid. And yeah, so the Hart Foundation, the Road Warriors, the Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah.
Like I hit that generation. Captain Lou Albino.
Captain Lou.
Right, Coco
Hell yeah.
Beware, all these like Jake the Snake and
The
all these guys.
Birdman.
Yes, yeah, Coco Beware and Superfly Snuka or Jimmy Snuka, what he was.
Yep.
Yeah.
So no, they were really important to us because they were Canadians and
Exactly.
and they were advertised as so. Like I just recently found out, and I hate to say this, I always thought that Triple H was Canadian because his name is Paul Levesque. Levesque is a French name, and I saw him on Jimmy Kimmel
I
the
got
other
rid of you
night.
guys.
Oh,
We're still
No,
here.
you're good. I just
good. Okay,
changing
no.
the layout.
no worries. And he was on Jimmy Fallon the other night, and he was saying that early on in his career, they said, "Hey, you're Canadian, play a French Canadian character," and he's like, "I'm not Canadian." He's like, and he goes, "And I'm not French." And so it was like a shock to me. I always assumed he was. Anyway, so yeah, no, Bret Hart. Who was his brother? The Anvil.
Owen.
Oh,
No, you had Jim the Anvil. He was his brother-in-law.
Right.
yeah.
had
There
his
then there
younger
was
brother,
British
Owen.
Bulldog,
Right. And then the guy with the microphone,
Jimmy Hart.
Jimmy Hart, and then yeah. So no, he was, and then of course we all know that in Montreal is known as the Montreal Screw Job.
Yup.
Robbed him of his title in his home country. So yeah, he's very important. I think just
Well,
that's
cool.
Oh, now I can tell you this, Fumbly, we feel the same way here about Bret Hart getting screwed over. That Shaw do. We that was some BS they did on a national stage. Oh well, a worldwide stage.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Crazy.
You know, you don't let that type of business spill out like that.
No, but man, it made business better almost. Like eyes were
Yeah.
watching.
I'm
Yeah.
glad Bret Hart was able to spit on him.
Oh man, and then he punched him
I
right
hate
in
to
the
say
eye
I'm
in the locker
I
room.
Yeah, he
know, but
punched him, right?
at least they showed him spitting on him, man. I was like,
Yeah, and you
yes,
see
at least-
Vince just like wiping the big
Yeah.
old loogie right out of his eye.
Is that right? Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. If you go back and look at it, man, at the end of the match when it's all over, Bret Hart's by the ropes. Vince
And
is
he
down
just
on the ringside,
oh yes,
and
yes.
Bret's
You're
looking
right.
at him,
You're
talking
right.
shit, and he revs back and hawks a loogie at his
You're
ass.
right. You're actually right. Actually,
And he nails his ass. I'm like, yeah, you that's the least you
Glasses.
deserve.
So for you, Ace? What was your generation of wrestlers?
that early 90s, mid 90s generation. So with like the Mr. Perfects and stuff were transitioning out, and it
Right.
was literally Triple H, but he wasn't Triple H, he was the Blue Blood or whatever the hell he was.
Okay.
Hunter Hearst Helmsley.
Helmsley.
Yeah, so
Oh,
that's my
okay.
generation. So like Mankind, before he was like the white shirt with a tie Mankind, he was wearing the brown and he was in the
Yeah.
boiler room. So that's literally my peak generation, or not my peak, but like my start to my generation. But my peak was the 90s, late 90s Attitude Era, when The Rock boomed, when Austin became a huge name.
Right.
Like you couldn't
Right.
escape the heavy metal that was the WWF at the time.
Okay. Okay.
So that's my generation. But God damn, I feel like I can remember watching Big Boss Man when he was still in like the blue,
Yeah. Big
corrections
Bubba.
officer.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so that transition right there, I really hold on to, because it's like I got a little bit of what everybody else in the golden age got to enjoy, but then I also got to see where it transitioned into that beautiful, glorious, Attitude Era.
That the Attitude Era, the Monday Night Wars with
Yeah.
WCW Nitro, that as far as I'm concerned, as much wrestling as I watched, that is the pinnacle of wrestling, to be honest
Yeah.
with you. That is
And I mean,
that is the greatest time in wrestling history.
I grew.
Wow. Okay.
That it
I
really
agree.
is. It really is. Everything freaking, it was balls to the wall.
I would agree.
Is that when you guys educate me a little? Is that when Razor and Hogan and the other guys went over to do like that? Yes.
It
okay.
was pretty much in
Yeah.
that same spark, yeah.
Yeah.
For
What-
2 or 3 years, WCW, which was the only competition to the WWF
Yeah.
at the time. They're the only ones that were capable of doing this, and it ended up being their downfall. But they shoved so much money into it, they were able to hold down the WWE, WWF for a good 2 to 3 years.
For
They
83
beat-
weeks.
Yeah, they beat them.
Yep.
Like in the ratings, they were.
And
they
that
were-
was a
they-
big deal. That was a huge big like thing back then, because WWF, even when it transitioned from WWF, and then it went with the territories, and then it went into the multi-billion-dollar company that it is, it felt like nobody could touch it. And then when Eric Bischoff and Ted Turner, like Roughshod said, they pumped that money into it, they captured lightning in a bottle.
And what it forced, and that was the business side. You had these two big companies battling it out. They're trying to be supreme wrestling, and ultimately Vince won and bought the competition, because the money thing just became what it was. On the flip side, for us as fans, with these two idiot companies battling each other, they gave us so much wrestling. They gave us so many matches that should have been on pay-per-views during a regular Monday night show.
Yep.
Right.
It was like we were the beneficiaries of this war.
Right.
For real.
Because they were trying to outdo each other. They really
And
were.
we didn't, and as the fans, we didn't know the behind the scenes shit. We just thought, oh man, these just great
Right.
companies, and I remember specifically, like, we were a WWF household. Like, we would watch WCW occasionally, like flipping the channels, but not enough to like retain memories. But my cousins, they were straight WCW, no WWF. So when I would go to their house, I would always bring my little foam, WWF belt with me. And I'd always be like, Stone Cold Steve Austin is better than Goldberg. Goldberg is like the dollar store version. And it was a real Monday night war within like my, certain family members. So it really was a time to be a fan.
That's cool.
It was great.
Ignorant. It was ignorant.
Yeah, well after
some of the craziest, some of the craziest things I've ever seen in wrestling.
Seriously, man. I know, Fumbling, you won't know this specifically, but being a kid watching a full-grown man power bomb, which is a back slam off of a stage through tables, like him doing that to an 80-year-old woman, was so insane to me. There was a wrestler, Bubba Ray Dudley, part of the Dudley Boys, and he power bombs this old woman named Mae Young, who used to be a wrestler. Like, he does like he runs off the stage, jumps, drops about 5 feet, and just slams her through a table like it's nothing. And I remember being a little kid and then like thinking about my grandmother, being like, my grandmother would die. How did that lady do that? And it's just, and that was all because they were looking for shit to do so crazy during that time to compete with each other. It was just, it was a madhouse.
Well, even today, I find like wrestling, and again, I have not watched it in decades, but you can't not see it, right? Like, you have to be living under a rock to not know who Bianca Belair is and who all these people are. But the one thing I find that they were always able to straddle is kind of not, I would almost say anti-woke, because I don't believe woke is truly a thing, but kind of that pushing the envelope with storylines and, like you say, things like that, where power bombing 80-year-old women, where it's like, dude, in today's world, that's like, people would be obscenely offended by that, but in the WWE, anything goes.
Well,
right?
that's funny you mention that, because wrestling companies still do it to this day, but WWE doesn't do a lot of man on woman physical contact. They used to, because hell, it was just a free for all, right?
Yeah.
Now they don't do it. I think obviously for like, political correctness and all that stuff. So there's been a couple of times where there's been like a guy wrestler in the WWE that's done a run in and he's like, slam the chick or whatever for storyline purpose. Right. And the crowd goes wild because you don't see it anymore.
Exactly.
But when I was a kid, it was like, oh no, it was nothing to just power bomb an 80-year-old woman off the stage and then just go on with your night.
Yeah.
Dude, Elizabeth, look, if you look back on, who's that Canadian girl? I kept on blanking right now. The really pretty blonde girl.
Shit.
God, there's so many.
Trish Stratus.
Right, Trish Stratus. I see sometimes, like, I'll catch, Stone Cold has a show called I don't know, he's got a talk show, like a podcast.
The Broken Skull session.
So every now and then it'll come across my box. I find it really interesting. I find him very enigmatic. I like him.
Yes.
And he's talking to her, and they're showing these old storylines where, like, she's being paraded on a leash in the ring, and I'm thinking, what the fuck am I watching here right now? And she's like, and he's like, well, how do you feel looking at that today? And she's like, it was part of the job. Like, she's like I agreed to do these things, right? And so it's not like it was against her will.
Right. Like,
do you know what I mean? So it's interesting that, like, for me looking at it, I'm like, oh, that hasn't aged well. For her looking at it, she was like, oh, those were great times. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
which you would think, I get you.
Yeah.
Well, for a wrestler, I mean, it's when they step out from behind that curtain, they're in this fantasy world that they've created, and their job is just to sell it.
Right.
And if you're gonna, I mean, sometimes, and the more ridiculous it is for wrestling, it's to be honest with you, it's the better. You want it to be over the top.
Well,
want
there
it to
was
be crazy.
they did that one storyline back in like 2003 or 2004 where Kane and Triple H were in a feud, and in storyline, Kane had a girlfriend named Katie Vick, and she had died in a car accident. And so one of the videos that they made was Triple H dressed up as Kane going to her funeral, getting in the casket with her and alluding to having sexual acts with a dead body.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they you're probably not going to find that on Peacock now, but you might be able to find it lingering somewhere on YouTube for sure.
I mean, wasn't there a time when it like Flying Brian, rest in peace? Didn't they do a bit where Brian was running around with a freaking gun in his hand, and he
There
went
was
to like Stone
there was
Cold's
a
house?
Is that
story
right?
where
Yes, they would get stupid, so
where-
stupid with it.
where Stone Cold Steve Austin did a home invasion of Brian Pillman, which Brian Pillman he had a broken leg and he was at home with his wife and they had cameras on him for doing interviews and stuff. And he's like, if Stone Cold Steve Austin shows up here, I've got, he's got 316 and I've got one thing for him, Brian Pillman 9mm. And he pulls out a pistol, and then they show you Austin showing up at the house and he's beating up like security and he breaks into the house and the camera's going crazy. And then they show you Brian Pillman pull the gun out on him. And then the camera feed goes like, black, and you hear JR being like, oh my God, like we can't show this, my God. It's wild. It's wild.
They definitely pushed the envelope, man, to what they could show on TV.
Yeah. What did you who just said that? Ultra. Mae Young gave birth to a hand.
No, like to an actual hand?
The same old lady that got power bombed, she was in a storyline with a big black guy named Mark Henry. And they were pregnant, and she's giving birth on Monday Night Raw, and instead of a white baby or a black baby, just a hand. It was just a hand. That's all it was.
What?
There was no reason for it. It was just a fucking hand, and I don't even know where the storyline went with that.
They were dumb, man. They did some of the weirdest, wildest,
dude.
Damn near pornographic.
Speaking of pornographic, yes. Do you remember the wrestler Val Venus, Roughshod?
Yeah.
All right.
I know that. I know who that is. Yeah.
All right, so Val Venus, who was a porn star, they did a quick storyline with him in this group called Kentai. It was a group of like Asian guys that were supposed to be like little Yazuka kind of people or whatever.
Okay.
And the backstage segment was they captured Val Venus. You can look this up too. This is ridiculous. But they captured Val Venus and they've got him like tied up like this in the locker room. So when the camera comes around the corner, all you see is Val Venus naked like this, and you just see his butt. And then you see one of the guys with a katana, and he's just yelling, chop, chop the pee-pee, or pee-pee chop, chop, or something like that. And they make it look like they're cutting the dude's pecker off. It's like
TKD got it. Choppy, choppy, your pee-pee.
Yeah, dude. It's so weird.
It is.
Even as a wrestling
they
fan,
had no filter was going on there for a minute.
No.
That's terrible.
Crazy. That's crazy. That's all went about. Now, have you guys ever watched the great documentary series called Dark Side of the Ring?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Absolutely.
What a great series, dude.
Oh man, that's, to be honest with you, I would have to tell Virgo, I was like, baby, during this time, at this certain time in wrestling, basically the 80s, all these guys were taking whatever they needed to take
100%.
to make it to the next night. Whatever.
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, it was they weren't, cocaine, marijuana was there, but the prescription pills, the steroids, all that shit, that's why you're seeing a lot of them guys, unfortunately pass away, as of recently, they've slowly been dropping off because that damage they did to their body.
Yeah.
It's horrible, to be honest with you, because I'm like, I look at the rest, like the only one that's bucked this trend is Ric Flair. I swear to God, he made a deal with the devil.
Isn't that crazy, dude?
Like how? Yeah.
Of
You've
all
got
of them,
people.
I would figure he would
How?
be the one.
Agreed.
Jesus Christ. Like, seriously, you've got people like, and I know they abuse the substance, so I'm not going to downplay it, but you got people like Eddie
Yeah.
Guerrero, who I think I've outlived him. Like, I believe I'm
Yeah,
older
yeah.
than he was when he died.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And that makes me sad as fuck because I was a kid when he died.
Was he
It was
an
crazy.
accident though? Was that an
What
accident for him?
I'm sure it was, but it all falls under the category of unfortunate substance abuse. Like I think it was like
I believe he died of a heart attack is what happened.
I thought Eddie Guerrero was one of the guys. Like I know Owen dropped from, like, he fell and there was
Right.
like a stunt gone wrong. I thought Eddie Guerrero was the same thing. It was a stunt that went wrong.
oh
No.
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 Uh,
Okay.
He was found in his hotel room.
Okay.
Yeah, and from like what I kind of summarized from it, his last match was against a guy named Mr. Kennedy.
Okay.
And in that match, Mr. Kennedy hit Eddie in the head with a chair, which was usual at that point.
Okay.
But from, again, what I've gathered and just hearing, like his nephew Chavo, who's the one that found him, it sounded like a little bit of the head trauma mixed with other stuff caused, like what Roughshod said, like the heart attack. And it just was an unfortunate series of events. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he
But I
died
could
in the
be wrong. I could have just pieced that together wrongly, but it just seems like it's an easy kind of thing you can put together of like, oh, these unfortunate events.
They're just, they're the physical stress from what they do, and then the stress that they put on their bodies by whatever chemicals they're deciding to use. You
Yes.
combine that and it's, the only way I can describe it is like you're aging yourself, like increasingly, like super aging yourself, like your insides are freaking, for a wrestler, for them, ain't many of them making it past 40 in the ring, still working.
Right.
And
that's why it's crazy with Flair, because he has not stopped putting, the chemicals in his body, whatever they may be.
crazy.
Man, that dude there, man.
There's always one though. There's always one that somehow defies.
Yeah.
Right.
And it has to be Ric Flair. It has to be him.
Right. Yeah, yeah. There's always
Ric Flair went up to that level when I saw him. I didn't even see him in wrestling. He did a celebrity wife swap. He went on that show.
Yep.
No.
Ric Flair did celebrity wife swap. He did celebrity wife swap with Roddy Piper.
Oh shit. Okay.
No shit. Two very different people.
Very different.
Roddy Piper is very low key. Very low key. He lives in a nice house. Don't get me wrong. It isn't lavish or anything like that. It is a home. It looks like a home that one of us would live in.
Yeah, like a house.
Yeah. And Ric Flair, 180 from that. And they swapped, man. They swapped wives. So Rowdy Piper had Ric Flair's wife, which she loved it. Because the way Roddy Piper was 180 degrees difference than Ric Flair. So she was like, this motherfucker's cooking for me and shit, stuff like that. But man, now Piper's wife, Rick, when they showed this episode, man, this is where I realized that Ric Flair couldn't let it go. He has been styling and profiling for so long.
Oh shit.
For so long that it is him. It really is him now. That is what he is. That's sad. He's at the bar every night. He's at the bar, man. And that's what they showed. And I realized, I was like, man, this dude, he goes out drinking every night. He just wants to hang out with people that just remember who he is. And he can't let it go. He cannot let it go. It's him. It's like he became his worst nightmare.
Yeah, he did.
The
He
only
doesn't leave the chair.
time,
Yeah.
the
Now, I
only
know
time
now
I
he might have slowed down, but man, at that, I
no,
mean, this is
that's
like,
there was just a video of him. I mean, I think it was recent, but him at a bar dancing by himself, like in a little circle and singing and stuff. And that's why I said I can't believe he's still like one at his age, as mobile as he is, two, as coherent as he is, and three, just being able to just survive. Like I don't know. He'll probably live longer than all of us.
Oh yeah, probably actually.
Or actually, and I don't want to like, jinx it or whatever, but if John Cena wins on Sunday, Ric Flair is going to die on Monday.
Oh my God. So here's my
hey,
question.
you done put you done woke the Reaper.
Ah,
I'm glad you brought that up because again, I'm out of the loop. I do like everybody on your channel and everybody's channel this week has been talking about WrestleMania. What is the headline for WrestleMania?
Cody Rhodes versus John Cena for the WWE Championship.
That's the big.
Yep.
Okay.
And the reason why that is big is because at the Royal Rumble that was held in January,
right,
where you're familiar with the Royal Rumble, everybody gets in the ring, you have to throw them out the top. John Cena, Cody Rhodes were the last two.
Okay.
In the ring. And then John Cena turned bad guy.
Yeah, he turned heel, right?
Yep, turned heel, 20 plus years being the face and the good guy of the WWE.
Right.
And it's beautiful because I know they had to wait because he was the face. He was, the poster child. He was the guy that shook the baby's hands. I mean, kissed the babies, shook the hands,
shook the baby,
appearances, at all the charities and stuff. So he did that full blown all the time that. And, I'm like, now they said, he's finally going to quit. We can turn him bad so we ain't got to worry about having a bad guy freaking be the face of the company.
Is that blurry? Can you see that or no?
Yeah,
we
can see you
that.
there
That's
with Cody.
Cool, dude. That's you and Cody Rhodes and the kid.
And then that's me when I used to have hair. You can barely see it, but I used to have it.
Oh shit, that is his dad, Dusty.
No, that's his brother, Goldust.
Yeah.
What?
Dustin Rhodes is his brother.
Yep.
That's his brother.
Oh,
there.
I didn't know that. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got another picture I'll show you here too.
Shit,
if
I didn't know.
get it.
So Goldust is a Rhodes?
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
This is the old lady here. Here's a bunch of pictures. This is a bunch of pictures of me and wrestlers, but that's the old lady right there that got power bombed.
Mae Young. Yeah.
That's crazy.
But then there's me and Lita.
Oh yeah.
Me and Christy Hemme, me and Gangrel, Earl Hebner, Mr. Kennedy, Santa Claus, Samoa Joe and AJ Styles again, Kurt Angle, Beer Money, Hogan, brother.
Oh shit. All right.
And then I don't know who else is down here. Vader. Who else is down here?
Yeah.
Scott Steiner.
Yeah, shit. Scott Steiner. Okay.
Oh yeah, Shawn Michaels. I couldn't remember who the fuck that one was.
Oh shit. Oh, you had him
Jimmy Hart.
Up?
And then there's Jimmy Hart right there. So that's it. That's it for just this one. I have a shit ton more, but I wanted to show the old lady one so you knew who I was talking about and you could see how old she was.
That's insane. Now, I've heard Shawn Michaels. There's somebody who has a YouTube channel who used to be a wrestler. Light-skinned dude, bald.
Oh, Maven.
So
I fucking love him.
Okay, so he's I don't
Oh, did you break up there?
Sorry, yeah, I broke up for a sec. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So what were you saying?
Yeah, let me quickly. I don't want to take up too much of your time. So Maven has a YouTube show where he talks about so he talks about his backstage experience, everything. Anyway, so he recently did a "Do I like him or do I hate him?" And somebody off camera was handing him photos randomly.
Yep.
And he would look at the photo and immediately say, "This is a great guy, bad guy." Anyway. Dude, he did not have nice things to say about Shawn Michaels. He did not have nice things to say about Shawn Michaels. And
not many people do.
Right. I was gonna ask you, do you so is that kind of a common thing where because he comes across in interviews that I've seen him where he's not playing the character, kind of like you were saying with Ric Flair, like the dude just thinks he is that still all these years
Yeah.
later, and comes across as a real kind of like unpleasant dude.
I believe it. I believe it.
Hey,
I
have
mean,
a good one,
it's-
Frank.
Frank, we'll see you later at Kaz's show.
Yep. See you later, Frank. I would describe it as he thinks his shit don't stink.
Right.
But I don't know.
So
I think some of that might come from that, the whole clique thing, the little
Yes.
inner circle type shit they had back in the
Yeah, I
day.
think a lot of it is formulated from like the 90s when he politicked in the back and he would try to hold people down. A lot of it was with his real life controversy with Bret Hart and shit like that, and just how he was just a lot of his problems were when he was on drugs and really disrespectful back in the day, and it just leaves a bad taste in like I guess people's mouths. Like I don't fucking know him, from anybody down the street, so I can't really.
Yeah. But
I just know his role in the Montreal screw job, which is, totally documented.
Yeah.
I don't think that's cool. Like to be that type of petty and be like, I can't just let this guy win. Like I got to make it about me.
Yeah.
I would be like, fuck you, dude. So if I was Bret Hart, I would definitely have more of a personal grudge. But if I was somebody that maybe worked with him and didn't necessarily have that issue, but I heard about it, I don't think I would really care.
Yeah. So it was interesting. That was Maven's take on it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a common thing with him specifically. Like if you ever go and listen to Jim Cornette talk about Shawn Michaels, I don't think he'll ever say one nice thing about him other than he can work.
Jim Cornette's the heavyset dude with the cowboy hat.
No, Jim Cornette.
Jim Ross is what you're talking about.
Yeah, Jim Ross is the cowboy hat guy. Jim Cornette, he used to be a manager. I say he's iconic in wrestling, but that's because I'm a wrestling fan.
The fumbling, you might know him as the guy that carried the tennis racket.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yep, he was always wearing like a red sports jacket.
That's funny. Yeah, I totally.
But he completely despises Shawn Michaels for like the same reason I just said, but then for his own, personal shit too.
Right. Okay.
But
yeah.
I like Maven. He just put a video up today of him doing like a small little interview with his wife, and I watched that at work.
Yeah, no, I love his channel actually is pretty cool because like the Broken Skull sessions, it gives you a glimpse into the background. It doesn't seem to be he doesn't seem to have an ulterior motive. I don't know enough about the politics of it to know if he does or doesn't, but it comes across pretty genuine.
TK, right. You're totally right. I love Jim Cornette because of the wrestling personality, but you're right. He is a little bit of a country bumpkin like that.
Oh man, Jim Cornette is the truth.
I love it. I love it. But
truth, man. He has his opinion, and he has a lot of experience in the wrestling business, the behind the scenes, the nasty side, and he talks about that stuff. He'll bring it up
for sure.
And he definitely has people he likes. He definitely has people he doesn't like.
Vince Russo.
Sometimes the people he likes, you'd be surprised. Like he likes Powerhouse Hobbs. He loves that dude.
I like that guy too. He's really good.
He thinks that dude is getting fucked over. And he's literally said that on the show.
There's a lot of them.
But he definitely gives you an opportunity to think outside the box too. He'll bring up stuff. I mean, he's a character though. I mean, the only reason I like him because if you get to listen to him uncensored, like they'll have the censored version of his shows.
Yeah.
But if you listen to him when he's uncensored, I'm like, all right, this is a dude that talks damn near like me. He cusses every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm like, all right, man.
Especially
he started, man, he goes in on fucking Comcast.
He hates them.
Hates Comcast with a passion, and he will talk shit for like 30 minutes about how much he hates them. He will give examples. And he was like, I have these motherfuckers out here every weekend.
Yeah, he did
Which
like.
one? Wait a
I
minute.
feel
Which
like it
one?
was like a 6-part series on Comcast.
Oh, he fucking laid into him, man. It's crazy. But
Hey, David.
the one guy he truly does hate.
What's up, David?
Hey, what's up, David?
I say it's Spectrum, not Comcast.
Oh, Spectrum. My bad. He hates Spectrum.
Or yeah, it's
all the same.
Spectrum.
The one person I know he truly doesn't like is that Vince Russo dude.
Oh, he hates Vince Russo. He
Oh
thinks
my
he ruined
God,
wrestling.
I can't believe Jim Cornette has said it on YouTube. He was like, when he died, I hope he dies before me because I want to go piss on his grave.
Oh,
Yep.
wow. All
That's
right.
how
all
much
right,
he
so-
hates that dude. And I
So
believe he'll
Fumbling,
do it.
you watched. Now you said you watched the Dark Side of the Ring, Rough Shot. I know you have too.
Yeah.
Did you both see the episode, the Brawl for All episode where they had the boxing during the wrestling?
Yes.
No.
Yes,
I
where they
did not
did
see
the
that.
real fights, the real
Yes.
boxing
So
fight.
okay. So Fumbling, they, from what I remember, they based this premise off of a conversation wrestlers were having in the back locker room, basically being tough guys saying, "I could knock you out. I could knock you out." So
Okay.
they made an entire pay-per-view or tournament based on actual boxing with now remember, with guys that were big, but they were not trained to literally fight each other. They were trained to wrestle.
Yes.
So Vince Russo at the time, he was like their head writer, and he's the one that booked all this and wrote it. And as much of it was real, they wanted it to be a work, or they wanted it to be fake in the sense of, we want these matches to be real fights, but we want this guy to be the winner by the end of it.
Okay.
And because they had promise for him, they thought he was going to be a big star. His name was Steve Williams, Dr. Death Steve Williams.
Okay.
And so at one point in this tournament, this Steve Williams legitimately gets knocked the fuck out.
Like out cold.
Like out cold. He loses all of his credibility. And then from that moment on, the guy can't even wrestle basically at that point either. He like literally, his body rejects it all, right? He doesn't become crippled, but he doesn't become a star. So that's literally just like your Cliff Notes. So Jim Cornette has such vile anger towards this Vince Russo, because if Vince Russo didn't create this fighting tournament, then this guy, his career would have never ended. So he takes it personally. And on top of all of these other ideas that Vince Russo has had, where Mexicans are wrestling each other and you put a piñata up on a pole, and now these Mexicans got to wrestle for the piñata.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Just really ridiculous stuff. You can go down the rabbit hole and look into it, but like that's the gist. But man, the rants Jim Cornette will go on
But you
about
can
this
see
guy.
why. That's absurd. Like, you're telling people fight for real, but then somebody wins. You're like, dude, if you're punching someone for real, you have a pretty good odd, if you're that big and that strong, of knocking someone the fuck out.
Right.
Right? Like, it's like, what are you supposed? You know what would have been funny though is if you had knocked the guy out and then the guy fell and then he dropped too and waited for the guy to get up just to secure the win. But that's ridiculous. So yeah. So in other words, this guy ended careers, which is why he hates it.
Basically.
Yeah, I get it now. Okay,
Yeah,
that
he
makes
did
sense.
very, very stupid, outlandish things, man, for just the shock value.
Right. Like
'cause
he was
he's
probably one of the ones that was behind the creativity of like the Triple H having sex with the dead body thing. Or it's I wouldn't be surprised, because that seems like something that would be right out of his textbook.
So was he ever a wrestler?
No.
Yeah.
No. He was never a wrestler.
In WCW Rough Shot, he was the world champion.
Oh, well, they allowed him to wrestle. He wrestled. That's what I'm saying. He isn't a wrestler.
Right.
Okay.
He wrote himself as the champion. He dressed in hockey pads. because he didn't want to get hurt, and he had a whole bunch of other people, you know, do his deed for him. But no, he was never. He's. If you saw him,
Yeah.
you would not think he had anything to do with sports. You would be like, oh, that's just a guy that just exists in the world.
That's what I'm asking. Like, is he right? That's what I was like. What I was
He's
asking.
not.
Yeah.
No, even in his prime back in the 90s, he looked like he would have been somebody's dad. He was just a basic looking guy.
Yeah, he was brought in. I mean, basically, they wanted him right. He was somebody. He wasn't really he wasn't like engulfed in the wrestling business.
Right. He was a
He
writer, and
yeah.
his inspiration, I guess, was Howard Stern.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
That's where he got a lot of his creativity, or his thought was like, oh, we got to be, you know, Howard Stern is the #1 radio show, you know, back in the 90s. We've got to copy his formula. We got to be to the odd, which it worked, because he was like, we got to pander to the demographic that's, you know, the 18-year-olds to the, you know, the 25-year-olds, not the 35-year-olds to the 45-year-olds anymore.
Yeah.
And it worked, but without, you know, there were definitely its faults, without, you know, saying that there were definitely its problems.
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, wrestling is definitely entertaining on the surface level. If you're just flicking through the channel and you see, you know, Rey Mysterio shooting off of the ropes onto, you know, some big giant wrestler, and you're like, oh my God, like this is, you know, visually cool. That's the fun aesthetic of why most people watch wrestling. But if you peel those layers back, man, and you really like that behind the scenes shit, you've got endless supply of entertainment there alone.
Yeah. Of course. Big egos, even bigger. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
So,
And it's.
Go ahead, Rashad. Sorry.
I was gonna say the one thing with wrestling, you know, it's like here, you know, baseball is America's pastime. Baseball is America's pastime, but wrestling is like the world's pastime.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that you can find Japanese, Chinese, you name it, knees anywhere in the world. They know X, Y, and Z. They know who got that belt.
Yeah.
Well, they just had, I don't know how familiar you guys are with him, but he was on Monday Night Raw a couple weeks ago. He's a comedian, Andrew Schultz.
Yep.
Okay. He has his own podcast. Like all these modern comedians have their own podcasts now.
Right.
Yeah.
Triple H was just on this guy's podcast like 2 days ago, and I haven't watched it yet, but my mind, when I see the image, like the thumbnail of those two sitting next to each other, I'm like, you would never see Vince McMahon on anything but like CNN or, you know, one of those news channels doing something with like Mike Koska or whatever that guy's name is,
Like
you know,
60
like
minutes or something like that.
Right.
Bob Costas. Yeah.
Bob Koska. There we go. So it's definitely, wrestling has not only, like what I just said about Vince Russo, we got to reach that 18 to 25. Triple H is like, no, man, we got to reach that 6-year-old all the way up to, you know, whatever age. We got to hit all of those age gaps now. And it's wild to see how big it's become.
Oh, it's true. I agree, dude. No, I agree. I'll give wrestling, listen, I'll be totally full transparency. When I watched it as a kid in the 80s, I honestly thought, okay, once you hit basically the age where you like girls, you stop liking wrestling, right? Because you get busy looking at other stuff, and it kind of, right? So for me, you know, that's where my wrestling, as soon as I started looking at girls, I wasn't looking at oiled up men anymore. So exactly. But man, dude, it's not only is it survived, it's thrived, it's gotten bigger, it's gotten, like, now it's truly, like you say, $1 billion business.
Yeah.
I watched the Schultz interview, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, you did watch it then. Okay.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, it comes up on my, I think, algorithm.
Cool.
I watched Shane Gillis.
Shane Gillis
Was on Andrew Schultz's show, so I guess now I get Andrew Schultz coming up. But in any event, yeah, it's really remarkable to me. It's now. Did you guys ever watch American Gladiator?
Not the original, but when Hulk Hogan brought it back in like the 2000s or whatever,
Okay, yeah.
I,
So
I
that
watched it then.
I
is that
remember
right?
the old
Okay.
one.
Yeah, the old one, because that had a bit of that, like that on the layer. It looked like one thing, and then when you peel, because there's a documentary about that on Netflix as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, that was a runaway train. Like those guys, like the amount of juice and booze and everything they kept but very much like wrestling. I think the point I was trying to make is like the one thing about wrestling that I've never liked is those guys. They don't make the money you think they make.
No, they do not.
no,
Like Vince McMahon, like really made billions off the labor of people
Yeah.
who, right? Very much like the UFC does today in a way. But it's yeah, fuck, it's crazy,
well,
dude.
WWF. I could be wrong even to this moment, but for the longest time, they didn't have health insurance for those guys,
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
which is
Exactly.
insane.
Which is
They had to get
nuts.
their own stuff, and
Which is
when
nuts.
that's why they turned to the local
To
doctor.
Correct.
or like Kurt Angle, where you just keep eating them handful of painkillers and just
Yeah.
and then once you hit that wall, you're like, okay, now my body's shutting down and everything needs to be taken care of all at once.
That's right.
It's man, for such a chance to be a John Cena. These guys and girls too, they really kill themselves for just a chance.
Yes, man. Absolutely.
And I'm not saying other sports people don't at all, but on the level of wrestling, there is no college level.
Yeah,
There's
that's right.
there's
right.
independent shows, but
Correct.
there's only one big league. Yes, there's the NBA, but there's the NCAA. You'll make it within those walls. But again, for just the WWE, I mean, God damn, it's such an appreciation I have for all of it.
Yes. Oh no, totally. For what those guys to look at Jake the Snake living in a trailer, literally living in a trailer, is shocking. And I understand
Yeah.
he made a lot of bad life decisions, but even had he stayed straight and sober and narrow, he was never going to make the type of money the way that system worked for him to be living the way you'd think he ought to be living.
Right.
Right? For
Yep.
being the star, like there was a time where Jake the Snake was the face of the WWE, like part of a select few people, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Right? Like it's insane, dude. It's insane to
It
look
is.
at. Yeah. It's fucking crazy.
Mhm.
It
So-
really is. And I
Yeah.
could only imagine what that mindset is like. How do I want to say this? Being on being on the card, like the main roster, and just being the bare minimum and thinking I've made it. Now I can live like the money's just going to flow. But it's also a blink of an eye. You could be right off that roster. It's such a
Yeah.
I'm not sure how do I want an inconsistent job. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Inconsistent to where, like, can you get used to the money? Do you get used to the money? Or do you have to live knowing that this money is limited?
Yeah, you gotta live. You know it's limited because you know
Gotta.
that anytime one wrong move,
Yeah.
and your
Right.
neck's broke, and then your career's ended.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
I will say this for the WWE. I noticed those guys that do get hurt, a lot of them end up working back there behind the behind the curtain.
Yes.
So, I see it more and more. If you ever see, the guys come out from the back, to break up a fight, you'll see a lot of old wrestlers.
Oh
that are
yeah, you
down the back.
always
Oh,
have. I
right.
remember being in the 90s, you'd see I want to say Lou Thez, you'd see Tony Gurria, definitely Sergeant Slaughter, Pat Patterson,
Yeah.
Gerald
some of them they
Briscoe
take care
before.
of.
Yeah, and
Some of them they do take care of. Tyson
it's good to
Kidd
see that
be the one I
because
would say that Tyson
Yep.
Kidd, he got a neck injury from Samoa Joe, and that was it.
Yeah, he
His
got a
career
bad
was
deal.
over. But they made sure they got him a job back there. They made sure he had work, and he
Isn't it
now he
crazy to
helps
think?
develop the young talent.
Isn't it crazy to think that one of the guys they have working in the back is Abyss from TNA?
Yeah, I mean that's where you know what that's where you got that one side of the wrestler that you don't get to see because you
Yeah.
always see him out there on the stage, but then it's like this guy can, when they see him back there in the back and there's the management, they see their ass, they like, oh, that homeboy over there, he's showing them how to do this, showing them how to do that, showing them how it should be done, how it's safely done, and they take note of that. Prince Albert, oh my God, that dude that dude is one of the coaches there, man. He freaking
Yeah.
you would
Prince
never thought
Albert?
Prince. Yes,
You know what a
and
Prince Albert is, right?
exactly. That's why
Okay.
his name was Prince Albert.
Okay. Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
because
Okay.
when he
Okay.
wrestled fumbling, he was a big hairy dude.
He was
dressed in-
he was Val Venus's partner, his tag team partner or buddy for a
He was-
while. And that's why you had Val Venus, the porn star, and
Yeah,
Prince
got it.
Albert.
When Prince
And he was
Albert-
like he was dressed in leather. He had his like nipples pierced, piercings all
Okay.
over his face. So it
Oh,
went right
shit.
with it.
Okay. I
But
get
now
it.
that dude, Prince Albert, he is one of the main guys that develops the young stars you see today out of the WWE.
Yeah.
He's back there training them.
Well, they have
Well,
like
They
that,
also they now have that other show they're doing, the
That's what I was gonna
LFG
say.
or whatever.
That's what I was gonna
Yeah,
say.
I've seen that
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
Yeah. They're fucking.
yeah.
Like
Well,
Funman
shit.
said, they're expanding. It's just getting bigger.
Crazy.
It's getting bigger. They are the Coliseum. They are the gladiators. They are we are the mob.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I would say Netflix must have paid. I don't think they disclose the exact numbers, but they've been throwing around like big numbers for that deal. Yeah, like
I bet.
insane numbers. Yes,
Money, money, money.
because you better believe that like companies like Amazon were in that discussion. You better believe like and Amazon just threw $2 billion at that Lord of the Rings series. They're not going to throw a couple billion at fucking wrestling, right? So you could just imagine what Netflix had to pay.
How he gonna stretch?
Yeah, no.
But, hey, I think to be honest with you, Netflix was kind of falling to the wayside a little bit, with the other companies, and they needed something, that anchor store. They're the mall
they got
for all
it.
video, so they need an anchor store, and they got one now.
Yeah, man.
They got one, because I thought, man, when they had the Marvel, when they had, the Defenders, Daredevil, and all that on Netflix, I was like, man, they got something. And then Disney came along and fucked that all up.
Yeah, they did.
But yeah,
No.
them having the wrestling was crazy.
Listen, Netflix puts out good shit, dude. They do. Like you can't. There's been some real what's the series with the kids? Stranger Things has been great. Like they've had some great series, but you're right. Like it's they cancel shows very fast as well.
Yeah.
I love that figure. You know what I was doing? Ace, and you can't spell NECA without Ace.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I wanted to show you because it's not a NECA, but I guess it's a close thing. I have to.
Let me put you on blast.
Which is this?
Oh shit!
Oh, nice. What is this?
So this is
Nosferatu.
a Mezco. Yeah, the Mezco Nosferatu, which is
Mezco. Okay.
And this one is really, really rare because this is like the super limited edition. But anyways, you know me, I'm not gonna take it out of the box, but definitely not gonna take. Everything lives in a box for this guy. But that's their 1/12 scale. And anyway, look it up, Google it. It's one of the craziest figures, and I love Nosferatu.
Hey,
Yeah.
Ace, the best way I can, when I first saw what a Mezco was, just think of it. It's a 12-inch. It's a 12-inch action figure, and you just think of how an action figure looks, and it's just a big ass version of it.
Yeah,
nice.
Literally just a big ass version of it.
And I bet that looks really cool because he's lengthy and tall and shit, so it just really looks good.
Yeah. It's Yeah, I keep looking at it, going like, take it, but I'll never take it out of the box. But
You
anyway,
say that now, but if you're fumbling with that idea, you're gonna do
right.
it.
We got dinner.
I feel like eventually I'm gonna just hit an age where I'm gonna say like,
Is it the
okay,
battle royal?
I've only got a couple years to live. Why don't I
You're
take
gonna have to go
everything
back
out of the
on it.
box, right? Like,
That's a
You know
battle royal.
what, fumbling? I've said that to myself about my Simpsons
Or a
collection that
whatchamacallit.
I'm not opening, and I've literally said, you know what?
Yeah.
When I
Yeah,
get
it's
to a
battle
certain
royal.
age, if I don't feel that these have a value that I want to sell them at, I'm gonna fucking open every single one of them.
yeah, man. Because dude, you can't take them with you, right? So it's like, and let's face it, like I don't have children, but my nieces and my goddaughters, they look at my toys when they come here and they're like, what the fuck is that?
Andre the Diamond
Right?
Roy, Battle
That's
Roy.
crazy.
Yeah, they're just like, dude, okay, right? So, but that's as close as I get to the NECA horror genre, I suppose. Yeah.
No, I like the Nosferatu. Did you see the new movie?
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't.
liked it.
I didn't. I didn't.
No? What did you think it was too slow?
I couldn't make it through the whole thing. I couldn't. I
Fair
really
enough.
couldn't. And
I liked it.
I hate to say it. When I got about halfway through, I'm like, man, fuck this shit. I'm all right with Bron Stoker's Dracula, man. I like Keanu Reeves in that one, and Aldman, Gary Aldman, in that.
Yep.
Yeah, not Keanu. I think you meant Gary Oldman. Definitely not Keanu Reeves.
No, he was in it too.
No,
Yeah, Keanu
but I
Reeves is
mean,
in it.
but what I'm saying is you definitely didn't like him because halfway through the movie he goes from an Englishman to like the surfer Keanu Reeves from California. Like he just it's literally like Francis Ford Coppola was like, dude, stop trying that fucking accent. We've tried it. It doesn't work. Fucking let it go, right? Like it's so bad. But anyway, great movie though. Great movie.
Yeah,
No,
the
Rough
Bron
God,
Stoker
you
one, man. I mean, they got the story about it. I like, and I was like, when I saw Nosferatu, I was like, man. I'm
no,
seeing
you
the same
didn't. You
story.
obviously watched that at home, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw
Oh,
it.
see, I went to theaters to see it, and
Me
it
too.
was epic.
Me too. Yeah.
Dude,
And,
when he's first going into the castle and
yeah.
it's got the long shot and you're looking down the hallway, but the count is off in front of him, but you don't know it yet. Dude, that surround sound, I'm getting the chills now. It literally gave me chills because I was like, ooh, this is creepy. And the theater was cold, so I felt like I was in like the cold, damp, like I loved it. I thought it was fucking great.
But you know, I find Robert Eggers, that director, like if you look at all of his movies, like The Lighthouse, if you look at The Witch, if you look at The
Ooh,
Northman, like
I forgot he did The Witch.
you're either gonna love it or hate it, right? Like I love
Yeah.
The Witch, I love The Witch, I love Lighthouse, Nosferatu. I thought The Northman was one of the fucking dumbest, slowest movies I've ever seen, and people love it. And I'm like,
I didn't want to say anything, but I agree so much with you. It had moments where I'm like, this is fun, but those moments were this long
yeah,
and then this far between each other.
yeah, it was so bad. And
I agree.
I hear what Graybeard is saying 100%. That it's not hard for me to. It's kind of like you know, the brothers that did the Big Lebowski,
Yeah.
right? The Farley,
The Farley brothers.
The
Farley brothers.
Like you either dig it or you hate it, right? Like Oh Brother Where Thou, love hate. Big Lebowski, love hate.
Did they do the movie Rat Race?
Oh, I don't think so.
I see. I always, for some reason, I always thought it was
no, the Coen brothers. Sorry,
the Coen brothers. That's who it is.
Yeah, so the Coen brothers. Like I find they're like that. Like you either love them or you hate them, and you never find somebody in between. Right? Like you know what I mean? Like it's like you're either all in or you're like. For me, the Coen brothers, their best one was Raising Arizona. I thought it was
oh yeah,
fucking love that movie, dude. Right? And it's just like, so for me, I've kind of always liked them. But my wife, if you put a Coen Brothers movie on, like No Country for Old Men, she's like, dude, why are we watching this?
Yeah,
that's a good movie.
Oh, it's a great movie. And I'm like, wait, babe, wait for the next 3.5 hours. I promise you, it ends great.
Oh
Right.
man, just like the suspense in that, just like the long shots, the drawn
310 to
out
you much better.
conversation. I liked it.
Oh, I loved it. I loved
Well,
it.
And you know, it's weird too because you guys might be on the same, you know, with what you're saying, Fumbling. Quentin Tarantino is like one of my top 3 favorite directors of all time. But out of what he's done 9 movies, out of those movies, my least favorite one that everybody seems to fucking love, but my least favorite one is Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah.
I
like Jackie Brown.
I like to be Jackie Brown is good. I like Jackie Brown.
Jackie
That
Brown's
was my
good.
first Quentin movie because I didn't understand. I was like, I just saw this shit 5 seconds ago. This motherfucker is playing with my head. Like, what the fuck is this bullshit? And then I was like, oh, it's just him.
Yeah. That's a good movie. That was the one I've watched last. That was the last film of his I've watched. But Inglourious Bastards, like, yeah, it has that great opening with Christoph Waltz and it's got good suspense, but he lets the dialogue just run in that film, especially when 90% of it and whatever, 90% of it is fucking subtitles, which I don't mind. But when a 3-hour movie has 3 hours worth of subtitles in it, man, that's like reading a 3-hour book straight.
I'm done.
Yeah.
You lost me at a 3-hour subtitle. I wasn't even turning that bitch on.
Yeah, it's a
no.
good movie. It's not a bad movie. There's nothing wrong with it other than preference wise for me.
Yeah.
That's the one out of one of my favorite directors where I'm like, nope, that's a miss for me.
So you know what my Tarantino hot take is, and this might be absurd to some people, but and I agree with you in Inglourious Bastards, by the way. I do agree with that. That's a good take. Is for me, Kill Bill should have been one movie.
Agreed.
One movie.
Agreed.
Right? There was no the second part is so self-indulgent.
Yeah.
The sequel is so self-indulgent. I'm like, dude, there was no reason for this to be another 3-hour movie.
Well, and then the fact that like people want him to do a third one, it's like, what? Why? What are you gonna do?
I'd rather have another Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know what? Me too.
Yeah.
They still alive.
Me fucking too.
Everybody's still alive. Yeah,
Vincent didn't die in that bathroom.
Bruce
Vincent
might
is
not
alive.
be able to do the work.
That's okay. He could just sit down at the desk and say nothing. Val did it in Top Gun. Rest his peace and soul.
Yeah, he did.
I would like some kind of sequel, or maybe not a sequel to Pulp Fiction, but like another tale in that story, like coinciding with that movie some way, somehow. Like
yes,
something.
No, what all they all they have to do a Pulp Fiction, another. I wouldn't do a Pulp Fiction 2. I would do the tales of freaking John Travolta and Samuel L. Jackson. Do one of their little stupid ass whatever job, find a job they had to do, make it crazy. Bring them two back together. Jules and I can't remember that guy's name.
Y'all
Jules was Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, Jules and Vincent.
Vincent.
That's it.
Vincent.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd watch. I'd also like to know how the GIMP ended up in the box to begin with.
Yeah.
Right?
See that? Hey, see, they could tie that. They could, because Vincent and Jules weren't in that basement. That's
what I'm saying. Like,
they can show like a job where that got tied into it. Like that's how they got.
Samuel L. Jackson
You show a story coinciding with. Right, you show a movie coinciding with what happened in Pulp Fiction, and by the time we get to that pawn shop, we've seen the events of whoever that GIMP is being put in that box.
Exactly.
Yeah, you could have a story like that.
And it wouldn't, as long as you don't retcon what we've seen in Pulp Fiction, then I feel like that would be a decent way to make a sequel.
Of course, and then you could have, and obviously you can have a scene where John Travolta dances again. And be like, that's he dances.
Listen,
that's his thing.
All day.
I love it.
They could. If they thought about it, they could tie little, subtle nuances here and there. They could probably
Yeah.
tie in and make it look,
It is ridiculous, but for a generation of us to see John Travolta dance again 40 years after, or at that time, whatever, 30 some odd years after Saturday Night Fever was truly an event.
It was.
Well, wait a minute. So you didn't wait. What came first? Did Grease come first, or did Saturday Night Fever?
Grease.
Saturday
Grease
Night
came.
Fever, Saturday Night Fever, then Grease.
Ah.
Oh,
there you go.
was it? Okay.
Yeah. Saturday Night Fever was his first movie coming out of what was that show? Welcome Back, Kotter.
Right.
He played Vinnie Barbarino. He was like he was becoming a breakout star, and then they.
Oh, that's funny. His name was Vinny in that, and then he was
Yeah.
Vincent in Pulp Fiction.
Vinnie Barbarino coming out of there.
Well,
then,
he was somewhat typecasted, at first.
He was.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, he was.
He broke out of it. But he was the Italian. You would go, get Travolta, the Italian guy.
Right. Even with the Punisher movie, he was hired as like the basically the Italian bad guy.
Yeah.
Right. You're the one that I love.
You're the one that I love.
I actually in high school there was a group of us for our talent show. We slicked our hair back. We went and got Chuck Taylors, threw on the leather jackets. We rolled up our pant legs,
The Thunderbirds.
And we did the whole ending of the movie up on stage in front of everybody.
Awesome. That's awesome, Ace. That's awesome.
I like that movie quite a bit.
Oh, it was great, dude. And then even Kaneki, that was in the original movie, who was
Don't
also
forget about Rizzo.
Was also a great actor. Oh, Rizzo was great too. But Kaneki in that movie, he was in Taxi. He was in Tim Conway before he got
Conway.
Yeah, before he got severely addicted. Like his death was not. That's tragic, but anyway, So my wife and I every year. I don't know if you guys have this where you are, but we have this is gonna sound, of course, probably not, but we have an apple orchard farm near us. But what it does is they have a huge outdoor stage, and they fly in the best cover bands from all over the world. Fly in, and they do like 3-night stay where they have 3 shows. And one of the biggest shows that sells out every year, and there's about 5,000 people. You cannot get a ticket unless you order it. Is the Grease Lightning Night, where they do all the Grease Lightning songs. They do the whole soundtrack, and people from everywhere come to see this, dude. And this is gonna sound. I hope it comes across genuinely the way I want to say it. There are people from every single. There are East Indian people wearing leather jackets, styled like John Travolta. Asian people wearing the fucking it's so universal, dude. Like people, everybody knows Grease.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's fucking awesome, bro. I love that. There's nothing like seeing an Asian and East Indian dude both in leather jackets. With yes. Dude, come on.
Oh my God, I'm gone.
This is fucking awesome, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's you got things like that are just it's global. It's a global phenomenon. That's what
Which
it is.
Wild because it's not a current movie. It's not something that's been revisited. It's not like you don't hear people talking about it in a daily discussion, but yet, like you just said, it is still right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Completely, dude. Which is
yeah.
So that's cool that
most of the music today fucking sucks.
No.
Well,
agree.
That's the truth. Yeah,
I agree.
That's the truth. My wife today took a picture of me and she said, "Hey, give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna come back to you." And then she sent me a picture of me with hair.
Yeah.
And then me in a suit that I could literally use in my corporate profile at work if I wanted to. That was completely AI generated. And
yes.
Dude, flawless. Scary. Very scary. First of all, to see myself with hair after 30 years was shocking. But yeah, and then to put a suit on you like that and to make it just perfectly flawless, fuck.
Hey, I'm glad you spoke about this because, I don't know if y'all seen it. The new Tron trailer thing came out. So I was like, you know what? Let me brush up on my Tron. So I went on to old Disney Plus because, of course, they got Tron sitting there.
Of course.
That look just
I got
like
that. I got that on Blu-ray. It looks
Hang
pretty
on
good.
a second, y'all. Let me show you what AI did
Oh shit. Okay.
to Virgo Cool. Freaking
Oh
Laura
shit!
Croft.
God.
They took her face and they put Laura Croft her ass.
All right, well, it's official. They need to do a new Laura Croft movie and race swap her.
Oh my God.
It is crazy though, but man, let me tell you, if you watch Tron now, what they're talking about, what's going on in that movie is actually happening now in like
for
real
sure.
life.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Have you guys seen
We
Black
are the
Mirror?
users, y'all. We are the users.
Yes. Have you seen the new Black Mirror yet?
No, I have not.
No.
Oh my God.
We don't watch
guys.
that, do we?
No, we don't.
Guys, that first episode will rock. Like it's really here. I'll show you what AI did to me with hair. I have to share this because it's too fucking
Look at
live.
this.
Look at you, Mr. Bruce Wayne.
Got him. No, he's like a young Michael Ham or what? Jonathan Ham.
John Hamm.
John Ham.
Oh, that.
What's
I
this?
was like,
That's
what
another one.
the fuck? Anyway,
but
you're right.
Oh, hang on. Put me on blast. Let me show you what AI did for the action figure of Virgo Cool.
Yo, I've been seeing everybody use this AI.
Boss lady. I love it.
It is so stupid.
I love the accessories.
Yeah,
Dude, we're not going to know what's real anymore.
No.
We're not going to know what's real. We're all going to be living kayfabe and wrestling.
Right?
Oh, for sure.
Buddy.
Nobody know nothing.
Oh, look, see, immortalized on somebody's back.
Oh, yeah. Then she had the AI do a tattoo.
Look at that Ace.
Oh, this is funny.
This is a tattoo.
Oh, shit.
Oh, my God.
It's
Dude, that's wild.
That looks
Hold
good,
on,
actually.
y'all. Hold on.
You know what's crazy? Ace is... Oh, look at this. Megan Thee Stallion. Nice.
Oh, my God.
Cowboy Carter.
Hey,
no.
them days of Photoshop are over.
Oh, 100%.
Well, that's the thing about it, right? Is
what? You got another one?
I've been this shit all day, Ace.
She's been messing around all day with it, man.
Nice. Like as Nicki Minaj.
Look at that bad ish right there. Oh my gosh.
Ace kills. I'll tell you this, Ace. I've said it before. I'll say it again. You and while Roughshode's actually also up there. You guys.
I like Roughshode's too.
No, but I like yours, dude. You have the best thumbnails in the game, bro.
They're so simple. Like it's literally.
You say that. I spent 45 fucking minutes trying to figure it out the other day.
Okay, now see, just because I say it's simple doesn't mean it's not time. A time constraint or whatever. It definitely does take a while. For instance, like this video or the thumbnail I used for this video, what the hell is that?
That's cool. That wrestler, that was cool. That guy.
I'm looking at it. I'm like, what AI am I looking at right now?
Oh, that's real life.
That's a legit photo. Hey,
yeah, that's what happens.
Oh,
that's
that
hey, 6'7" white man.
You know what's funny about that picture? The boy that's in the picture.
It's his son.
That's Cruel's son. That's the dude's
I was wondering
son.
who that was. Okay.
Yeah,
just a little kid that ran up and photobombed him.
Yeah.
No. He was trying to get into the picture, and Cruel was like, "No, you can't get into the picture." I was like, "No, let him in the picture, man. It don't matter."
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I thought that might be like a niece or a nephew or something.
No, that was his son, man. It was funny because when he was over there beating the dude's ass out there and out ringside, he went over to talk to his son real quick. I don't know what he said to him, but it was so funny. I'm like, man, your son is right there. You're beating this dude's ass.
Daddy's pretending. It's okay. He's like, why is my daddy killing this man?
My dad, when he goes to work, he puts on a mask and puts
kills people.
What
That's
kind of
awesome.
conversation? Oh yeah.
Ace, you've got to one day, please.
Oh.
You got to explain it to me because
My wife is
fucking
determined to
figure it
pimp
out.
me out to every single women wrestler. Let me tell you.
Yeah, and so this is a theme, dude. So does it end there, or does she expect you to go back?
Hold on, wait a minute.
Hang on, we got tons of those, man.
Does she
but
expect you to go back and get like some sort of video or something? What's going on?
We I don't know. We just all she goes over. She takes her picture with the dude wrestlers, and I get to take the picture with the lady wrestlers.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Oh yeah, you said I saw you shouted her out on IG as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they be
Yeah.
Oh, you got to dig deep though,
I'm
baby.
here to dig. Don't you worry.
Yes,
fumbling.
Yes.
Real quick, just with the AI.
Now,
Now,
real quick there for me.
Yeah. Now, do
Yes,
you try to use like the
Reagan.
Hang.
Do you try to use the YouTube AI creator?
Yeah.
No, so you mentioned the YouTube AI creator, but I don't know what you're referring to because I don't see
That
a
is
YouTube
deep. You need to go
in
back
my
that
channel
way.
There's even deep.
content.
No,
Like,
you
is
need
there
to go that
actually
way. Don't
Go
that
to
yes, go that way.
the only place
There's
I've
more
seen it
down
that
there.
I've
I've been through
accessed
this
it is
before.
like go to your community posts.
Yeah.
And then when you go to like put in like a comment or like share a picture,
Yeah.
there should be an option where it says like manage your pictures and then another option where it says create.
Okay.
And if you click on the create, it will bring you to the AI option, which is just another window where it says type in whatever you want. And then it'll give you like 8 different, I don't want to say themes, styles.
Yes.
So it'll give you like a normal style, an anime style, a clay style,
Yes.
watercolors, pastel, blah, 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 blah. And then you can literally just type in whatever. Oh, hey,
shit.
there we go.
She's ripped, yo. Oh,
yeah. She's a big one, man. A lot of them are small. A lot of them are small, but
the tall ones and the big ones, they're just a bigger cup of water to drink. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, hang on. Now
I was in Cancun a couple years ago, and I ran into an NCAA female basketball player. She was 6'11".
Woo!
And literally, like, oh, that's a good one, actually.
That's a good picture.
That right there, the guy in the middle, that is AR Fox.
He's currently on the main roster for AEW.
And then that is it. And the lady, she took a selfie for us.
Okay.
On the far right, that's his wife.
And we're actually friends with him.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. She would wrestle down there with us. I mean, she would come to the wrestling shows and wrestle, and he would be in the back. Nobody would know that fucking AR Fox was sitting there ringside at all. No clue.
That's cool.
And he was so surprised we came up to him. I'm like, man, I've been watching you since Lucha fucking Underground.
I'm like, do you know who you are? Yo, fumbling. This is me. I went to him in the thing in the club, not in the club,
the bar.
Well, at the bar.
The bar of the VFW.
And I spoke to Ayla, his wife, and I went up to him. I said, Ayla, girl, hold on, because I usually speak to her first. Hold on, time out. I said, do you know who this is? And do you know who this is? I knew it was her husband. I know. I said, girl, do you know who's sitting across the table from you? Do you know who this is? Like, he was real life happy that he had a real true fan. Like, I'm so serious. Like, man, these some real, like, they are some real life down to earth people. I'm sitting here. He was watching Ayla fight one day, and he rolled in the little stroller around. So I am trying to film wrestling at the same time. Here go me. Let me get up and go take this stroller. It's a goddamn dog. It wasn't no baby.
There wasn't no baby in the back.
Fucking dog.
Little dog, man. There you go. This is like the pinnacle of Virgo. Yeah. 3-man band.
Hey, you know, he's got kids.
Shit.
He need that job, don't he,
you see the picture. He got the one with he got kids on it.
He's got kids.
That was specific. That was the picture. I was like, no, we need the one with he got kids on it.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Oh, let's see here.
I be hobnobbing, y'all. I be hobnobbing.
All right, and then
that's great.
let's see. I don't know if you guys watched The Wrestler
Did y'all watch
or
The Wrestlers on Netflix?
on
From
Netflix.
OVW?
The
No.
OVW.
No.
Yeah.
Dear God, what are y'all missing?
There's what's her face?
Haley J. from-
Haley.
Oh yeah, what's her
Hollywood.
face?
Okay.
Hollywood Haley J.
She
Okay.
loves Richard. She loves some Richard.
Uh,
But I tell you, she loves some Richard.
eh,
Okay. Oh, I like
Oh,
that.
looks like she loves some Virgo too.
Yeah, man.
No way. Hold up.
It looks like she would like both of you. Yeah.
No way. No freaking way.
What do
Hold
they
on.
call that? What's the wrestling term for the sandwich?
The
I don't
the Greco-Roman Ibany and Every hold.
No, you got to go deeper if you looking. Who you looking for?
That's his first girlfriend, y'all.
It's his first. Oh, like the wrestling.
Hang on.
Who is that wrestler?
Her name is Shalance Royale.
Oh, you know it too. All right.
You know it
hey.
too.
Oh yeah,
She was
no,
on the
she's
Wrestlers too.
yeah, she was on the Wrestlers too. But damn, you remember the first like AEW pay-per-view Ace or anything like that?
The what was it? All In or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you actually watch that pay-per-view?
Yeah, that was the one they had Stephen Amell on it and stuff, right?
Right. Now,
Yep.
if you remember the beginning, they had a nice young black lady come out and sing the national anthem.
Okay.
I vaguely remember it. Is that her?
Her?
Yeah, that's her, man.
Man,
Oh, right on. She's beautiful.
I
Holy
didn't
shit.
even know that. I forgot that shit.
So wait, she's not a wrestler?
Y'all know
Yeah,
she's a
she
wrestler, man.
wrestles.
She's a legit wrestler, man.
Who was also a legit singer.
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
You would never peg certain people for certain things, right?
No,
Right,
that's for
right.
sure.
Yeah. Like you would never think like some girl comes out, belts the national anthem, and then 2 minutes later she's in a ring power slamming somebody. Like what the
No, right. Well, that's
But
like
Ace-
Fumbling. I would never have guessed that you have
I was
ever
looking for the one with the man.
heard of Ratchet and Clank, let alone
Keep
play
on
the
low.
goddamn thing.
There you
Oh,
go.
dude, I cannot
crazy.
tell you how many hours. So confession.
That's her with
So-
Alan Angels.
Y'all remember
Oh,
him from
that's
the Dark
cool.
Order?
That's cool.
I recognize the mask and stuff, but no, there was a handful of those guys. I don't remember them all.
But people
That's
thought
him
that,
without the mask.
people thought
Oh,
that
that's
me and
cool.
him on the internet was boyfriend and girlfriend in real life.
Oh shit.
Ooh.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
But
was dumb
19,
stuff back then.
Ace 19 coming out of going into university, and then of course girls, university. But then Ratchet and Clank comes out. We've got the PS2,
Yeah.
right? PS2 at that time, and
bullshit they
you
can
know
go.
you're in university. You're trying to stay out of trouble. So we're like,
Yeah,
dude,
look at all
let's
this
start
shit.
gaming this game. Boy, the guy that I was staying with, we killed that game. Like we loved it so much.
Yeah.
And then I bought every sequel after until they stopped making them. I fucking love that series.
They're so good. I mean, I played the first 3. I played Ratchet Deadlock.
Yeah.
And then when I got my PlayStation 4, I have Ratchet and Clank Free for All or something like that.
Okay, that one's way beyond me. Yeah, that's after my
Yeah, and in the Free for All one, you can play as Ratchet, Clank, Captain Quark, and the fuck was his name? Nefarious, the robot.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
You can play as those 4. Like it's a 4-player co-op storyline.
Kiki.
Dude, the graphics, the play functions,
Yeah.
buddy, that game was like it was so good for the time, and since that
And
time,
the sense of humor in it, man. It was
yes.
very funny game.
Now, did they try and make a movie, or did they make a movie?
They did. They made a movie.
They made
All
a
right,
movie.
so I think they remastered the original Ratchet and Clank for the PlayStation 4 back when like it had its original launch.
Okay.
So when they did that, they made a Ratchet and Clank movie that was basically the game to
Okay.
coincide with the release for the game.
Okay.
And of course I went out and bought the movie because I fucking love the game.
Dude.
So they've got the original voice actors for Ratchet, Clank, Captain Quark. So when you hear that, you feel that like, oh, this feels like it's right in that universe.
Who does Captain Quark? Who does the Captain Quark? Is
I don't know who does the voices of those guys. They might be familiar names. Like if I look them up, but I couldn't tell you.
I feel like it's the guy who did Tick. But anyway, no.
It sounds similar. It does sound similar.
My damn phone.
But they've got Sylvester Stallone was in it.
I'm gone.
Rosario Dawson's in it, and then Paul Giamatti is the main bad guy.
Really? See, like,
so it has some credibility to it, and it's it's not a shitty animated movie. It's like I have it on Blu-ray, and it looks great.
So it's fun. I should get it. Oh, I'll check it out.
I would recommend it for sure.
Okay. Yeah, because I love the game. So
yeah, it is good. I bought it on regular DVD because they didn't have it on Blu-ray at the time, and then I hunted that shit down and snatched it up, and I think I sold the other copy last year in my yard sales, I think, but I recommend it, especially if you're a fan. It's good.
Oh yeah. I miss physical media in so many ways. Like I was looking at my Criterion collection the other day, and I have laser discs and everything.
Yeah.
And you can't even get them on DVD now, even if you wanted to get them on DVD. And it's like, fuck, man, like these great films, Seven Samurai, Hidden Fortress, like all these great Kurosawa films, classic Ingmar Bergman films, all these films, you can't get them. Yeah, right, dude. And you know what? Somebody on Marketplace, by the way, had a VHS, the three original Star Wars movies on VHS. He was asking $1,000 Canadian, which is 700 American.
Crazy.
Which I think it's got to be like he's just putting it out there, right? Because there's no way it would cost you. Right? Yeah, exactly. Something like exactly. But he had the remastered ones that I also had. Now I have them on DVD, mind you. But fuck, dude. Now, do you have a VHS player?
Me? No, I wish I did.
So just the tapes, though. Fuck.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. I've got the Batman one. I've got all the Batmans on VHS. I've got the Star Wars on VHS. I've got laser discs of of Batman.
That's cool.
I've got my original Tobey Maguire Spider-Mans on VHS still.
I do have a old VHS DVD combo player.
Yes.
It is sitting in the garage. It when it went in the garage, it was still working.
So it could possibly still be working.
Absolutely.
I've
blow the shit out of it, but
I've eyeballed those before, being like, yeah, you know what? That would be pretty fucking cool. And then I'm like, no, I don't have the room for that beast.
No, it's I don't know if you'll remember this necessarily, but you probably do, Ace. You have an old soul. So back in the day, before there was like the DVD, CD DVD war, we had Laserdisc or whatever you called it. We had Beta versus VHS.
Yes.
Yeah. And Beta was a much better, much cleaner, but because it was so much more expensive, it lost out to VHS, right? Because of the cost. But so my parents thinking they were like, oh, well, we'll get a Beta and we'll be ahead of the curve. And it was like, fuck, they stopped making all the movies. So then we, trudged down, got a VHS. We were like, but anyways, Beta was the shit. But it's funny how those things don't last, right?
Well, that reminds me of the next generation that happened to with Blu-ray players. Because when they originally had HD DVDs, there was no Blu-ray player. It was just HD. And then Blu-ray was the second competitor.
Correct.
And the reason Blu-ray succeeded, and this is a true story, is because the porn industry was using Blu-rays, not HD DVDs.
Oh, interesting.
So because of the sales of porn DVDs being on Blu-ray, that superseded the HD brand and put them completely out of business, which was a bitch because I have a handful of HD DVDs and an HD DVD player because the fucking remote, I just found it, is right here. But it's like it's obsolete. Like that's a real piece of equipment that really is garbage.
Right.
Well,
Do you remember the little? What came before an iPod? It was like a little spinning.
Oh, the MP3 player.
Yes, dude.
Yeah.
I went all in on that, and within like months, they were like iPod came out, and it was dead in the water.
Yep.
Like dead. Like it happened so fast. But it's funny. Listen, you talk about that, and as I mentioned to you guys before, I used to work in the film industry. You wouldn't believe how much the adult film industry, the effect and the amount of money. Of course, you probably already know the money, but it's like $1 billion industry.
Yeah.
Right. So it totally makes sense, that it wouldn't take much for them to put like a product like that over another one if that's the way they adopted it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't surprise me.
It's crazy to think like that was the thing that was like the tipping point of their success.
Totally get it.
But
it's like, which one are we gonna go with? Well, the porn industry seems to be going pretty good with this Blu-ray shit. Let's jump on that bandwagon.
Yep.
Because if it can work for the porn industry, then it should definitely work for us.
It's making a fucking killing.
I was in Las Vegas one year during they have like some annual show there. I don't know what it's called. Legitimately don't know what it's called. Actually, yes, I do. That's not true. It's called the AVN Network or the Adult Video.
Oh yeah, the Adult Video Network.
Right. So I remember being there one year during that time for a conference, and they were there as well. And I remember walking down the street, and there were it was men, women, young, old. Like it wasn't like it was all these like comic book guy type characters that are all lining up to meet these people, right? It was like. It was just, anyway, and it stuck with me, the demographic that went to these shows.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, it's not like 50-year-old dudes that you would think are in their basements all day.
What do you say? What do you say? I mean, what do you say?
I agree.
Man,
what the fuck do you
glad
say?
to meet you, man. I mean, the way you suck them dicks.
Right. No, I agree. No, I agree, dude. Like, no, for sure.
What do you say?
For sure. Love your work.
It's not like you're meeting a wrestler, and let's say you're meeting Kurt Angle, and you're like, "Oh my God, Kurt, your match with so and so, your
tits."
Man, I've cranked out so many baby juices to you. Like, what the fuck do you say? That's like the most
dude.
What's the word I'm looking for? You got to have the no dignity in that moment.
Buddy, not only no dignity, but then to actually take a selfie and post it on your social network and be like, here I am with so and so, and be like proud of this moment. Like, like, dude, that lives forever.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie now. If I had a picture like that, man, my post would be simple. How many of you motherfuckers jacked off to this shit?
Right
here.
I'd say something like, now you got to crop me out if you want this one, or something so
shit.
bizarre.
Do you guys remember the NFL? You remember the NFL game last year where they flashed Johnny Sins?
No, I don't remember that.
So Johnny Sins is some famous porn dude. He's like a bald, very military. And during a fucking, a tribute to service at a football game, they flashed Johnny Sins' picture.
Damn.
As being a service.
I gotta get banjo.
Huh.
Crazy.
Dude, it was almost as good as the Wicked dolls that came out with the www.wicked.com.
Oh shit, yeah.
It was one of those moments where it's like, does nobody vet this shit before you just
is nobody catching on? Like
like, could you imagine, dude? Like, it's just fucking great. It's great. Like, but that's how accessible and how crazy that whole industry is. right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
That's fucking great, though. I
Yeah.
love graybeards. Like, what do you say? It's true. I had thought about that. What do you say?
What do you say? Like,
Yeah, yeah,
you can say, "Oh, you're beautiful," and I like your work, but
yeah,
like what you're really saying is, "God damn you, I want to fuck. Thank you for being here."
yeah. Thanks to you, I have a sex addiction problem, and I cannot have a normal relationship. Thank you.
Oh man, like you guys, I've met tons of wrestlers or I don't want to say celebrities, but notorietable people or whatever. There was a wrestler. Her name was what the hell was her name? She was in TNA. If you look her up, her name was Miss Brooks or Tessa Brooks or something like that.
Okay.
Blanchard, yeah.
No, it wasn't Tessa Blanchard. This was back in like 2008.
Oh, wait a minute. Hang on.
Brooke?
She was like fucking around with RVD, right? She was like a legit porn star or some shit like that. Or
No.
oh, okay. Wrong girl.
This chick, she came in the WWE with Kelly and Layla and they were on ECW and they would dance in the lingerie.
I remember that where they were
And
trying to be
then
like
she
the
went.
Laker girls or something like that.
Brooke Testmaker?
That's it. Brooke Tessmacher. That's her name. She's brunette, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So in Poughkeepsie, New York in like 2000, I don't know, 15 maybe, they did her.
Yeah.
Yep. Let me put you on blast so we can all see her. Oh, no, not her. There's another one.
Wait, hold on a sec. Maybe I pulled up the wrong picture.
There's
Oh,
another
Lord.
Brooke.
Be
Another
careful,
Brooke
fumbling.
Tessmacher. That's the one.
All
I
right.
was gonna say, be careful, fumbling, looking up ladies on the internet. Lord knows.
That's the one. She was with Bully Ray and the Aces and Eights for a little while and Hulk Hogan and stuff like that. But anyways,
Okay.
they did a sports convention in Poughkeepsie, New York, and she was there. So I was like, oh man, like me and my buddy, let's go to it. We'll check it out, whatever. So it's hard to show where it is, but when we got there, there was her center stage, and it was about, I don't know, 3 feet off the ground.
Okay.
And the way they had you line up was you went around the back of the stage. So you're standing here looking at the stage.
Okay.
And then when she comes out, she's going to walk out in front of you. You're going to be looking at the back of her because the cameras and stuff are facing this way. And then when it's your turn, you're going to go around that stage. And now you're in front of everybody where the line is behind you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when she came out,
Okay.
she was now me and my buddy, we were the first 2 people in line.
Okay.
She came out in a brown fucking trench coat, came up on the stage. Now we are directly behind her. She is about ass to face level with us. She drops her trench coat and she is wearing nothing but like nipple tassels and a thong that would you'd be able to floss with it pretty much.
Why? Okay.
Because she was doing like her sports kind of look for the sports event. I guess I wasn't complaining, but
no, of course.
Man, it's so hard when you're looking directly ahead of you and then some hot chick's ass just falls in your face. And in that moment, I'm like, why are we here? Like, I need to go into the restroom for a minute. Like, I am all sorts of confused. So when you get up to the girl or whatever, like, I don't think I said this, but I'm sure for a porn star, there is that moment of like, your titties are nice. Sign this.
Oh, guaranteed.
They was in Japan for this.
Like,
oh no, dude, they must hear the craziest. Remember that there's an old Simpson. You're a Simpsons fan. There's an old Simpsons episode where he goes to a World Toy Show. His brother Herb puts together a toy show, and there's this foxy girl sitting beside a car, and the man walks up and goes, do you come with the car? She goes, oh, you. The next guy comes up, hey, do you come with the, oh, you. I think they just get automatic, and that every guy that walks up and says something, no matter what the fuck it is, they're just like,
Yep.
oh, you. Like, it's
Right.
just
It's
like
that smile and just play it off. Like, don't feed into it. Just play it
that's
off.
it. Just be
Man, you got
like,
to zoom in.
oh, you're so
Pastor.
sweet. Like, give me my $40. I'll give you an autograph and get the fuck out of here. Right? Essentially.
Right.
Right? Like, but
Which,
dude,
I mean, you probably eventually also have to become
yes.
like robotic like that, just
Yes.
because like you got to keep your own. If you do have dignity,
Huh?
you have to
100%,
keep
dude.
some kind of
Of course. Yeah, some
health.
sort separation. Yeah.
Yeah, because like
Yeah.
I don't know, I wouldn't, man, unless you're literally driven by money in the porn industry and like you don't care how many guys slay you or vice versa. I'd have a hard time resting my head at night on so many moral things of like, if I had a family, if I had a kid, am I doing like, what the fuck am I doing with a job like this? If I was dating somebody outside of the industry, I'd be like, what am I like? There's so many things to me that would be like, I could not do that.
That's what makes Boogie Nights such a great film.
Yeah.
It's
That's Mark
such a
Wahlberg.
yes, and they
Yeah.
have that. One of the story arcs is Julianne Moore having a daughter.
Yep.
And throughout the whole movie, she's trying to go to court to win custody of her daughter, and she's like, "I'm a good mother," and the judge is like, "Really? Like, you think you're a good mother?" And it brings up, and I'm not saying that they're not good mothers, but it brings up that dilemma, right? And I just thought that story arc of all the story arcs in that movie, that's the one that hit home with me, and that it really showed, like you say, when you lay your head down at night, you have to live with the choices you've made.
Yeah.
Right. And that goes for any job, but certainly in a job where you're objectified the way that job objectifies you.
Right.
And I think you're right. I think that if you're like, for anybody, even the people at Comic Cons nowadays, for the actors and actresses that go there, like, there's a lot of fans that don't know where to draw the line between the character and the actor.
Yes.
Right.
Agreed. And
go ahead.
like as silly and as simple as it is, and as innocent as it is, I need to label it that way.
Yeah.
A lot of these, how do I want to say? A lot of these actors that are in these comic book movies that play these heroes, they don't know anything about the character they play other than what they're doing.
That's right.
But yet the fan base treats them as if they are the end all be all of that character. And if they don't know, you don't know the name of Thor's hammer? How fucking dare you?
Yes.
It's like, dude, I didn't even know. I read comic books and I didn't even know what the hell Thor's hammer's name was, or at least how to pronounce it until you hear it in the movie. So it's like, is it gatekeeping? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think, well, yeah, it's no,
Or it's just like overactive fandom.
It's fanboying to the point of just losing sight of, like you said, separating fact from fiction, right?
Right.
Yeah. Like John Barenthal has a story about going to some comic book in New York when he was, and he wanted to buy a couple of Punisher magazines, comic books. And the owner of the comic shop goes, no. He goes, I'm going to give you the magazines that you need to know to play this character.
Right.
And John Barenthal was like, how did you know who I was? And he goes, I know who you are, dude. He goes, and don't fuck this up. That's literally what he said to John, and don't fuck this up. So he gave him these comic books, but like, which is kind of cool. John Barenthal was telling the story in a good way, because he was saying like, this passionate fan actually helped me understand the character by saying, listen, if you want to know the real Punisher, you should read this. But he could have totally put him in a different direction that he needed to go in, because that guy's just a fan who thinks he knows the character.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like, right.
And now, right. And that could, if John Bernthal wasn't as like, chill about it, because that was on Conan, he told that story, right?
Yes, you saw it.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So he could have totally been like some actor that wasn't prepared mentally for this role and walked away from that experience being like, holy shit, is this is this how all of them are going to be? And
Yes,
like,
exactly.
I don't want to fucking do this now or something like that.
Totally, dude. Yeah, there are people who've turned down comic book roles for that reason.
Right.
Because they don't want to go to Comic Cons for the next 20 years and sign autographs. Because they don't want people walking up to them on the street and going, "Hey, Thor," you know, and they're just like, "Fuck, dude." Like, I'm not.
Right. Like, it goes over so many of these, and I'm not trying to shit on the actors, so it's going to sound like it, but it goes over so many of just the actors' heads alone. But again, we, the fans, you, myself, we've watched Star Wars more than Mark Hamill has ever watched Star Wars.
100%.
But yet, and we, when we talk about Luke Skywalker, we talk like he's a real fucking person.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, whether it's Star Wars or Daredevil, we talk about these fictional characters like they're fucking real. So then we get this idea in our head when we see the human, that fact, or, you know, getting the distinction mixed up. We think Mark Hamill, it's Luke, dude, it's the fucking moisture farmer, dude. I can't believe it. And then people start talking to him about, you know, Star Wars in depth of like, dude, you know, if you didn't leave the farm, what do you think would have happened to, you know, Uncle, you know? It's like, I don't know. It wasn't written that way. It was written the way it had to be told.
Well,
And
no, go ahead. Yeah.
And I don't shit on the actors for giving responses like that or treating it like that, because that's not your life. But to embrace it, I definitely have an appreciation for embracing, you know, that role.
No, you got to be cool. Listen, so yeah, so I think you've hit the both important points there. Is you need to be respectful of the fandom. You need to understand that for some people, this does mean more than just they're passionate about it. So you can't just dismiss that. But at the same time, people also need to be able to realize that it's an acting job, and it's a job to them, and it really is just a job. Because wasn't it Harrison Ford that famously some interviewer was like, "Oh, you know," asked him something about a Force ghost, and Harrison Ford was like, "I don't give a fuck." Like,
Pretty
literally
much.
was the answer. He was like, "Dude," like, because they weren't even asking him about Han Solo. They were like, "Oh, you know, Luke Skywalker came back as a Force ghost and all this shit," and he was like, "Dude, I don't give a fuck. Like, this is a fucking role for me, right?" Like, and people roasted him for that, and you're like, "Well, what do you expect? He's an actor."
Exactly.
Like, fuck, dude. Like, you know, like, you can enjoy the character, you can interpret it, you can love the books, love everything about it, but at the end of the day, he's only representing that for a movie, a brief point in time.
Exactly. And right, a brief point in time. Like, yes, Harrison Ford was Indiana Jones. He was Han Solo. Two of the most iconic, influential characters in cinema history.
Undoubtedly.
But he's also in The Fugitive, in U.S. Marshal, in I'm drawing a blank now, but you know all the other shit he's in.
Of course.
But those aren't, you know, 6 Days, 7 Nights. Those are his roles, and they lasted for him 6 months tops.
That's right.
And again, we've watched Star Wars or Indiana Jones for 40 years now. And to us, we think for the last 40 years, he's been going on these adventures. And like a simple one was, I don't remember what it was on, but I remember seeing an interview, I think, with Gwyneth Paltrow. And somebody mentioned to her, like, "Hey, do you remember you being in Spider-Man?" And her like being like, I've never been in a Spider-Man movie. Like, what are you talking about? And they had to tell her, like, no, you were in the first Spider-Man movie with the Tom Holland and the kid and blah, blah, blah. And she's like, I don't even remember that. And do I get mad at her? Am I such a fanboy where I'm like, how dare her not remember her talking to Spider-Man? Like, how important are you to where you don't remember you talking about fucking Spider-Man? Like, I'm mad now. It's like, no, she probably went to set for a Marvel movie. They probably didn't disclose with her what movie it was, because she's only in it for fucking 3 seconds. And then just edited her scene into the end of that movie, and then just told her, like, all right, you know, this is probably the next Iron Man movie. Like, you're on your next go back to being a mom now. Thank you.
Oh, that's documented. You're right. It's documented with actors and actresses who didn't even know, like they did a part. You're right. They went and shot a scene, and then it's only afterwards that somebody said, "Hey, by the way, it was for
Yeah.
this movie," and they were like, "Oh shit, I didn't know."
Right. So, I mean,
Right.
it's as simple
Yeah.
as that. But most people, I'm sure this conversation of that specific moment, I'm sure if I Googled it, there is a Reddit fan base of them being mad at her for not realizing it.
Guaranteed.
Which is just, it's so asinine because at the end of the day, it does not bother me if a movie actor doesn't remember what movie they're in, because the movie's been made. I can watch it. I don't care what they do or do not remember.
Just as much as I don't give a shit about like Mark Hamill's politics, right? I don't care that on Twitter he's always shitting on one person because he's very political. He's always on there, and it's like, dude, and people are like, "Oh, Luke Skywalker should stick to Luke Skywalker," and you're like, "Wait, Luke Skywalker isn't the guy talking about the president. Mark Hamill, right? Like, and Mark Hamill can say whatever the fuck he wants. What do you care?"
Speaking of politics with Mark Hamill, if people wanted to make it, a thing,
right?
You can literally go and just fucking watch Star Wars, because then you get to hear Luke's idea and his thoughts somewhat on politics, because that's what the fucking Empire, was based on, was a political ideology.
Oh, people who say, yeah, no, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's just pretty much it. Like, it's just,
yeah.
Just
when I hear people say that Star Wars shouldn't be political, I'm like, what now? I'm like, Star Wars has always been political.
Yeah.
Like, from the very start. Like, again, look, it's okay that you didn't take the political angle of it, but I mean, for fuck's sakes, the second movie, or even the third movie, I suppose, prequel, is pretty much a third of it is in the Senate.
Yeah.
like
those first three movies, not first three, but the first three prequels.
Yeah. It's very
all politics. I mean, you start off with the Jedi going to, do a negotiation for.
That's right.
Oh my God, I can't remember now.
Chancellor Valorian.
Yeah. So and to do, trading with the Trade Federation.
Yeah, totally.
And like, I have a friend, and he always does. He does say that. He's like, I just don't think the first movie should have been about politics, yada yada. And it's like, that needed to be there to set up Palpatine.
Yeah, they've always. Yeah.
As much as those prequels are Anakin's story, they are the story of the Sith. And to have the Emperor transition into the Emperor from a senator, you needed to show him as a chancellor and moving up in the ranks to get power. And now okay, this guy has power, but how does he now turn it all to the dark side? And it's that one moment where the Jedi Council finds out about him, and they're like, we got to stop, this guy, because he has all the political power.
Yeah, 100%.
At least that's how, the movies have told it to me.
Yeah. No, there's no doubt. But yeah, so it's an interesting time. I'm always very ambivalent to the whole thing in terms of like the the Comic-Con circuits and stuff. Like, for me, I love being a toy collector, but when it comes to the whole
that can be your
Comic-Con
surprise. Somebody might come out now.
It's tough for me, right?
Yeah.
You've got guys like Mark Hamill that are charging people like $500 or $600 for an autograph.
That's so insane.
And you're like, dude, these are your fans. Like, these are your fans, and you're telling me that.
Yeah, remember he had that KO thing that kind of.
That $600
because
it's weird to me. It's like,
$100, $80. This would be a time
even then, you're like,
really?
Like,
yep.
Right. No, exactly. It is crazy. Like, I met David Hayter.
Oh yeah.
From like Metal Gear Solid.
Yep.
And now I'm not saying he's like a super celebrity or anything, but he's one of the most well-known voice actors in the video game, community.
Yep.
And I think for a picture and an autograph, it was like $40. I'm like, that's so reasonable.
Completely, dude.
Like, you're, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No. You're right. No, go ahead.
It's just like that. That should be like the bare minimum. Like, yeah, I get you're a celebrity and stuff, but you're making a shit
It
ton
may
of
be.
money already with them signing you to come in here.
How much? Hey, Roughshot, how much? Weigh in on this. How much do those wrestlers charge you for an autograph?
Oh well, usually,
Depends on who it is.
well,
and where you at.
when you're dealing with those guys, this is the beauty. When you catch these guys at the local house shows like this, everything gets very inexpensive. The most you'll ever pay probably is $20 or $25 for an autograph. Now that's getting a 8x10 from them as well that they sign. The majority, I'd say 90% of these guys, man, all you got you buy a wristband, a picture, a t-shirt, whatever they're offering there, and they'll gladly take a selfie with you, no problem.
Tell them about Tootie Lynn and how what happened with her Saturday. The other when she had
Those joints are nice.
out her merch.
I don't know why. It just looks super whack though.
And then yeah, it's like that's where he's hiding.
That's fucking funny. I'm trying to be cool while Roughshot is giving a great answer and you're showing me a scrotum.
Yeah.
I know.
But I mean, realistically, man, $10. And then sometimes them folks, man, if you just ask them to take a, hey, you can take a quick selfie with me, they'll just fucking do it, man. Most of them do.
No, and I appreciate, like, $20, $25. Listen, here's the truth. I would actually rather pay the kid who's up and coming $25 or $50 to help him continue that career than pay the fucking guy who's already getting $20 million a movie.
Yes.
$100 fucking autograph.
We that last show we went to, the one girl I took a picture with, man, literally, man, Tootie Lynn. When we and she does that WoW wrestling on CW. I think that's where they fight at. Yeah, on CW. But anyway, she we went up there and I got her little 8x10, got her to sign it and shit, and we took a picture with her, man. She legit told Virgo, like, y'all just bought my fucking dinner for the night. Seriously.
There you go, right?
And I reached in my pocket, y'all, and I gave her the $4, the last $4 I had in cash, and said, "Here, girl." And she liked to cry, and I was like, "Girl, just take this money, go buy you something to eat." She had to come from St. Louis to Augusta. That ain't right around the corner drive.
Them jokers, them independent wrestlers, man, they be grinding, man. They be piling in the cars together. They be splitting hotel rooms together.
That's why I usually when I go to an indie show, I usually try to, like, this is gonna sound weird, but I try to scope out, the indie wrestler that I might not know, and be like, okay, this guy or girl, I'm liking their flavor. And then I try to, if they're selling merch, I usually try to buy a t-shirt from them. That way it does show a little support.
Fucking right. Ace, like 100%. See, and that's where I think it's gotten backwards, right? Like, really, you should be trying to support the local, like the people who are up and coming, not the people like Mark Hamill don't need no $600 autograph from 1,000 fans on a weekend, dude.
Yeah.
Nope.
And if he does, he's grossly mismanaged his money. You know what I mean? Like, so, yeah, I'm with you guys. That's a great story, both of you, in terms of, and I agree too. Like, I think I gravitate for whatever reason, even when I am at a Comic-Con, even if I see like voice actors and there's somebody that doesn't seem to have anybody going to that table, and I look at the characters they've done, and I'm like, oh, those are great characters. I'll go to that table, dude, because they've spent the money and the time to come out, and you got to support them.
Yeah.
I bought this a long time ago. This is the original ECW World Championship.
ECW.
Oh, that's nice.
It's the shit. It's my favorite. Now, when I bought this, I bought it at a local mall, and it didn't have any autographs on it. Now, the reason I'm even just showing it off is just because the wrestlers themselves. I've gotten Shane Douglas to sign it, Sabu, Tommy Dreamer, Rhino, RVD, Justin Credible, Terry Funk, and Raven.
Terry Funk, that's fucking awesome.
And Sandman, that's the one right there too. But
wise man, Paul,
out of all the guys that have signed this,
he's gonna be tough.
There was like 4 or 5 of them that would not accept my payment to get them to sign it because they were in such appreciation that I had this, that they literally all signed it for free.
That's cool.
And I just think, like, to do that for the fan
Yeah.
is fucking insane to me. Like the one that stands out the most is when I had Tommy Dreamer sign it. He's autographing it, and he goes, "Can I take this with me for a minute?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." Now we're across the table from each other, and there's like, I don't know, 6 wrestlers in between us, and then all the way at the end of the table was Sabu, who was another ECW wrestler. And Tommy Dreamer took this. Him and I walked to the end of the table, and he set it down in front of Sabu, and he goes, "I want you to sign this for this guy, and you're not going to charge him, right?" And Sabu looks up, and he's like, "No, brother, I'm not charging you."
Nah.
That's
And
cool.
it was just like, that's fucking radical, dude. Like,
Yeah, that's
and
awesome.
even with Sabu, again, me and my buddy, we went to meet him. This was a couple years after this. We went to meet him and Taz in at the Wrestling Universe in Queens, New York. We ended up getting stuck on like the George Washington Bridge or some bridge. I don't know what bridge, but we got stuck on the bridge for like an hour. My buddy messaged the owner of the store and was like, "Hey, we might be late. Is there any way those guys might be able to stay late, or whatever?" And legitimately, Taz stayed an extra 45 minutes to make sure that we got there, but we didn't get in there in time. And then Sabu, he was like, "Since these guys are almost here, I'm going to stay here. So when they get here, there's somebody they can meet." And it was just cool as fuck. Like, to have them do that for a fan instead of being like, I don't know. It was just, it's cool.
Some of them can be assholes, and some of them can be real humble about.
Seriously,
They know who made them.
Right. Like,
yeah.
Do you guys know who Austin Aries is?
Yeah.
I don't.
All right.
But,
Yeah.
All right. He's a very short man.
okay.
But he was the world heavyweight champion in a company called TNA. During that time, him and Marty Jannetty, who used to be Shawn Michaels' tag team partner in the Rockers.
Yeah, I know who that is. Yeah.
They were doing an autograph session together. So my buddy and I were like, let's go meet him, right? Whatever. We'll meet Marty Jannetty more than anything, but the champ being there is cool too.
Yeah.
So Marty Jannetty at the time, even now, was like really bad into drugs and just having a hard time with his life. But we still were like, I want to get a picture with him. I want to, that mentality of, I hope the money that I'm giving him goes somewhere good.
Yep.
So, and he was super nice, like just nice. We go to meet Austin Aries and we're like, "Oh, hey, cool. What's up, champ?" And now he's holding his belt like this. And I think he's going to hand it to me. So I kind of put my hands out like this. And I'm like, "Oh, I get to hold your belt?"
Cool.
And he goes, "No, little man, you're not a champion."
Ooh.
And I literally said to him, I'm like, "I'm taller than you." And he was a complete dick. He was a complete dick from that moment.
Even though you're just playing with him, like it's a joke moment.
Yeah, and I was like, "I'm taller than you."
Yeah,
and you can't call someone little man if they're bigger than you. You can't do that.
So I've heard Lou Ferrigno. I've heard Lou Ferrigno is so crazy at these Comic Cons that a little girl apparently last year or a couple years ago, it's a famous story, was taking a picture of somebody. He thought she was taking a picture of him, and he fucking went ballistic.
Really?
And he's like, "You can't take a picture of me without paying me." And
oh Lord.
And
I
this,
wish I was a lot of wood when I take my picture at Joe Fest.
People were like, they were like, "Dude, what the fuck are you talking about?" She was taking a picture of the guy over there.
I've never had that experience.
Yeah. So apparently he is like one of the most unfriendly.
Ooh, the Hall of Fame is tonight.
Con guys going around.
That's disappointing to hear because like a lot of people praise him as like, just this awesome dude.
Right. But apparently when it comes to the Comic Con, so now I don't know if he's changed his ways since it because this went viral, obviously.
Yeah.
And so it's like you can't behave like that. But
tonight at 10.
I've heard there's like quite a few famous actors, like you said, that will stay. Like even though, like let's say their signing is 6 to 9 o'clock, and they look at the lineup, and there's no way to get through that lineup in 3 hours. They will say, "Okay, cut the line, but I'm staying here to sign every autograph."
Right.
right? Like they're not gonna leave, even if that means staying 5 hours, but they'll get every fucking person in that line.
There's
Like
a you
I
can
respect
probably
that.
find it on YouTube, but it was on the I think it was the 2018 Halloween movie that came out. There's a little like half-hour documentary on it or whatever, and
Okay.
it's Jamie Lee Curtis doing her first ever like Comic-Con,
Okay.
because she's always been like the person that like I embrace what I've done, but I don't need to live that character. I don't need to go to the conventions and do the whole
Yeah.
shtick.
Correct. She's not a convention person. Yeah.
Right. But I forget the guy that did it with her, but he's like on YouTube. He has like his own like horror channel and stuff like that. But he
Johnny Hall, probably.
he got her to do it, and she just embraced the shit out of it, because she realized, and she's saying this in the documentary, she's like, I didn't know I meant this to people.
That's
Like,
cool.
I didn't realize that people like needed to meet me to feel a sense of accomplishment in their life. And she's like, just basically saying the fact that for so many years that I've declined people that ability, like she's
Ah,
like, I feel awful, blah, blah, blah. But like you just said, she says in the documentary, as she's got like the huge panel of like people she's talking to, she's like, I don't care if this runs like 3 hours over the limit. She goes, I am going to make sure we sit here to get every single person what they need. And I love her. I think she's great. And then when I saw that documentary or whatever, I was just like, she's so fucking badass. Like,
you love her, dude. I was like 11 years old. So yeah, I was born in 73. I was 11 years old, maybe even 10 years old
you're
when
gonna say
Trading
Trading
Places.
Places?
And she has a scene in that where she drops her top. And
Yes. Oh my God.
if you were a 10-year-old kid, you were like, what am I? This is perfect. Perfect.
Yeah. What did she says in that movie, in that scene, when she drops her shirt, she's like, the the rent is free, but anything else you gotta
Yeah.
pay for it.
Oh, dude. I remember the schoolyard the next day. Every fucking kid was, have you seen Trading Places? It wasn't even, have you seen Eddie Murphy? Nobody gave a shit about
Yeah.
Eddie Murphy.
Right.
Jamie Lee Curtis has been a fox for many, many. I mean, she looks as good now than she did back then, which is crazy.
Yeah. She has her moments where she can look pretty good. Like I thought she looked decent in that Knives Out movie.
She looked great in the Knives Out movie,
I
actually.
like it when she
Yeah.
wears like the suit and shit like that. And
Yeah.
I think she looks very I don't want to say regal, but she looks very
True Lies. Oh,
oh
ultimate.
yeah, True Lies when she's
That
dancing.
Yeah.
dance scene. Yeah, I forgot. Fuck, how could I forget that? But and even Helen Mirren is another one. I remember seeing her in Excalibur in the '80s, and then like she's just aged like fine wine, man. Like it defies gravity. It's just crazy. She looks great. I love her in Red, in the Red movies.
Right.
Yep.
Those are great movies. I don't know if you guys like those. They're fun if you haven't.
They're pretty good.
Oh
They're
yeah.
pretty good.
She's in 1923 with Harrison Ford, but I don't watch it.
Helen Mirren is.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I've
don't
never
watch.
seen
Sequel to
that.
Yellowstone.
I've never watched Yellowstone.
Yellowstone, good as hell.
Is it?
Oh my God.
Yeah, my mom, she doesn't watch a lot of TV shows, but she talks about that show a lot.
Yeah, a lot of the because I'm near kind of I guess what you would call
Kevin
rural.
Costner did a good job.
Oh yeah,
That's what she
yeah,
likes
yeah.
about it. She really loves Kevin Costner in it.
Listen, Dances with Wolves is one of my favorite movies ever.
Waterworld.
Yeah, right.
I like that movie.
Oh, you're being serious? No, I'm just
I
kidding.
do. Okay, hold on.
This morning she farted.
What
Oh my
makes
God.
Waterworld any more ridiculous than Mad Max?
No. Oh, I'm with you, dude. I don't hate Waterworld. No, I think Waterworld was more famous for the controversy that happened making the movie and how the actual set sunk, and then
Right.
it went like fucking like $1 billion over budget. I think it's more famous for being just a movie that went off the rails. I thought the movie was fine. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Dennis Hopper.
I like it because it's so ridiculous to where it's like
it was so over the top. Yeah,
it was so over the top.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
think
mean, Dennis Hopper in that movie is a
Oh,
lunatic.
it's great, dude. It's great. And yeah, it's so crazy. And listen, I'll tell you my other Kevin Costner guilty pleasure. And people are always like, and when I was in the film industry and I said this to somebody one day, they got so angry at me. But is The Postman. And I know The Postman is not a great movie, but the idea of a post-apocalyptic movie where people went back to having to write letters to each other makes sense to me. Right? Yeah. Because you see what happens if we have a blackout or your power goes down, whatever. You cannot communicate. And so I fucking love that movie. I don't know why. Like, I really enjoyed it, and it's a terrible fucking movie.
See, you can reflect on it being a terrible movie to where you can enjoy it. Like, that's
totally.
I can't think of a terrible movie that I'm so blinded by that I can't be like, yeah, you're right, it's bad. I always see through and I'm like, yeah, you know what? This, like Batman Forever. People will poo-poo all over Batman. It's not a great film. It's subjectively terrible, but
fun.
It's fun. It's fun garbage.
Exactly, dude.
It really is fun garbage. And
Roughshod said it earlier, Dracula. Dracula, to me, Gary Oldman is one of my favorite actors. Francis Ford Coppola, obviously one of the best directors of all time. But that movie has so many bad moments and characters in it that are mixed with such great iconic moments. It's just hot garbage. It's fun hot garbage.
It is.
That's what I need my Dracula to be, man. Just hot fucking garbage.
Yeah.
Even The Simpsons. The Simpsons appreciated that hot garbage because they turned their Mr. Burns into that version of Dracula.
Yeah, that totally. Just fucking.
So, I mean, it's iconic in its own right, even, for better or worse.
Hey, man, I mean, to be honest with you, if you're going to go vampire, man, I mean, that Interview with the Vampire with Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt.
Tom Cruise.
That's it. That's vampire all day, man.
Yeah. Have you guys seen the trailer for the movie Sinners, the new movie?
Yeah, it just dropped today. Dropped today.
Yeah. What do you guys think of that? That's vampires.
I think it's going to be fun because I love Ryan Coogler, the director, is a great director. I don't mind Michael B. Jordan. It's got Haley Steinfeld in it, which I think is a fun actress. I love vampire. Dude, I love any horror movie. I even like John Carpenter's Vampires with James Woods, which is a complete terrible movie.
Dude, it's a guilty pleasure.
But it's got fucking vampires in it, so I'm like all day, any day, right?
Yeah, like, I'm down.
I'm down, right? I'll tell you about Batman. Hey, listen, about Dracula, the Francis Ford Coppola one that Graybeard was talking about earlier. That Wolfman scene where he turns into a wolf and he eats like he does. Dude, I've never seen a better, outside of American Werewolf in London, I don't think I've ever seen a better werewolf than that scene. That scene was insane.
Yep.
With all the blood flowing and dude, that fucking scene, like, you gotta hand it to Francis Ford Coppola, dude. He goes big and he misses big, but like, did you guys ever see Megalopolis, his newest? I haven't seen it.
No.
Yeah, but like it bombed badly, dude. But everybody says the grandeur of it is kind of. I think he peaked obviously at The Godfather, right? That was kind of his.
Well, he hit the mark and shit,
Yeah, where do you go from there?
That's show business though, because you get into there, you never know when you're gonna get famous. But if you get famous too quick,
correct.
Like, you get to the mountaintop, where do you go?
Yeah, where do you go?
You gotta go downhill now.
Correct. Which makes Steven Spielberg so unique in that here's a guy for like decade after decade after decade, Ready Player One. You go all the way back to Jaws and Third Encounters of the Third Kind. And like, the guy just seems to always Schindler's List, on and on and on. The fucking guy just, to be that good for that long is pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about a secret sleeper director out there.
Oh, okay.
He does a lot of TV.
Okay.
He's done a few movies, but motherfucking Jonathan Frakes.
Dude, right.
That motherfucker, when I see his name directing a TV episode, I'm like, hold the fuck up. I'm watching shit because it will actually be fucking good.
You're right.
This shit is good.
So do you know who that is, Ace?
No.
So that's
Star Trek: The
Riker.
Next Generation, Riker.
Riker from Next
Okay.
Generation, the actor. He went to behind the chair, so he became a director.
Okay.
So he directs some of the best TV, like as Rashad was saying, some of the best TV episodes that you're seeing in any kind of shows, whether it be like a Star Trek show or a non-Star. He did Castle. He did a bunch of the guy is he's a solid director.
What the fuck he is doing?
Yeah, man.
Man, I always notice his episodes. You know, you'll have a great TV show. Don't get me wrong. All the majority of the episodes are great, but his fucking episode will just be that little bit more. Like, oh shit. You know, he'll have that oh shit episode.
Well, like Bryce Dallas Howard, right?
Yeah.
Ron Howard's daughter. She's an actress, obviously from the Jurassic Parks. But all the episodes she directs of The Mandalorian and Star Wars are always the best episodes of the shows. She just knows what she's doing.
Yeah, and he hasn't done a lot of movies. I know he did.
No.
Star Trek: First Contact was like his first movie.
But I don't think he's done much since then, motion picture wise.
And man, shout out to that. I don't know if y'all have seen the show, but shout out to Lower Decks. That is a fucking awesome Star Trek show.
No, I've never heard of that one.
The animated one?
You need to watch that shit.
It's good.
Oh, it's animated?
Yeah, animated.
And it's got the kid from The Boys.
Yeah.
The Quaid kid.
Yep. The fuck is his name? I want to say Randy and I want to say Dennis, but that ain't either one of them.
I think I get him mixed up all the time too. But anyway, he's one of the cartoon characters. Jack Quaid.
Jack, there we go.
And I don't know if y'all ever watched Tacoma FD.
No. Tacoma
FD.
No, I've never have.
Is that the one with Stallone?
No. It's a 30-minute TV show.
That's Tulsa Kings.
Yeah, Tacoma FD, Tacoma Fire Department, man.
Okay.
If you know the guys from fucking what it was, State Troopers?
Right, I think that's what I was gonna say.
Super
Troopers. Yeah.
Yeah, Farva, the fat guy.
Oh, I love Farva. I love all those fuckers.
Yeah, they're all ladies.
He's the chief of police. I mean, the chief of the fire department, man.
So
it's a comedy?
Yeah, it's a fucking comedy.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna have to look into that then.
But what I was getting to is on that show, there's a Asian guy or a Pacific Islander. I'm not 100% sure. Hawaiian maybe. But he's the voice of the guy on Lower Decks that wears the little eye thing.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
That much I know. And then I know that Jonathan Frakes has come back to reprise his own role as Riker on that show.
That's a fun little nod then.
And that they actually have crossed over onto real film as well in that new.
Yes.
Yes.
They went through this wormhole, man. They went from being animated to real life, man.
Yes.
It fucking crossed over. That shit was an epic, man. It's like they had these stupid ass animated characters.
Yes.
They turned into real people.
Correct.
And they still acted stupid as shit.
Everybody's multiversing. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. It's the thing to do. Multiverse and time travel now.
Correct.
Yeah.
But
I don't know if you can find some YouTube episodes they put out there, man. If you can find some Lower Decks, that's the name of the show, Lower Decks.
I want to look up the Tacoma FD one.
Oh yeah, you look.
Oh yeah.
Shit.
I want to check that out because I like that guy that plays Farva. I like him in almost anything he's in.
Yeah. The in Super Troopers, the guy that got his nut shot. You remember him, the short guy. He's like the captain of the fire department.
Oh, I love it. I would totally watch that.
I would watch that. Yeah.
But we are gonna come to an end.
We got Kaz coming on.
Yeah, looking at the clock, and then Ultra keeping us on schedule there, Ultra. Thank you very much for that. So I want to thank
on the other side.
Yeah, we're gonna be over there in Kaz's stream here. So anybody that's watching, jump over there right now. I want to thank Virgo Cool and Roughshod Stocks for jumping in as always. And just the man himself fumbling through the galaxy. He's definitely earned his place here at Ace's Place. So I want to thank you for jumping in too, brother.
Thank you, man. Thank you for
of course.
Yeah. That's all.
All
So
right,
we'll see you guys and gal over at Kaz's.
take it easy. See y'all later.
All right. See you
Later,
guys.
boys.
All righty then. So that has been this episode of the Ace in the Hole Variety Show, episode 12. Ace, NECA, toys, can't spell NECA without Ace. I want to thank everybody as always for watching and joining. Ultra, the woman who laughs, TKD Bar, Absolute, Doe Studios for popping in for the first time. Doug or David. Doug might have been here. I'm not sure, but I know David was. Derek's Wrestling Toys and Tees. Go check out his channel. I'm sure he's got a bunch of new stuff up. I've been seeing some new wrestlers out. He might have them. And other than that, I hope everybody has a great night. I hope you guys have enjoyed the show. Please like and subscribe before you leave. I would greatly appreciate that. And until next time, just like the dinosaurs, we're going to be extinct for a little while.